To the mayor, I've been trying to bring you in as a panelist. Look for a dialog box on your screen. This is for the mayor. Hello, Mayor.
How you doing? Everything okay?
Okay, thank you.
All right, good. Thank you. Madam Clerk, I detect a quorum. Are you ready to go?
Yes.
Okay, welcome everyone to the amended regular Richmond City Council meeting. Would you call the roll, please?
Councilmember Bates?
Present.
Councilmember Jimenez? Councilmember Jimenez is absent. Councilmember Johnson?
Present. Camera will be on soon. I'm en route to the house.
Okay. Vice Mayor Martinez?
Here.
Councilmember McLaughlin? Councilmember McLaughlin is absent. Councilmember Willis?
Here.
And Mayor Butt.
Here. So this is the open session here, public comment before closed session. Would you read the closed session agenda items, please?
Yes, during closed session, the council will discuss the following items. Conference with labor negotiators, agency representatives, Jacqueline Gross, Sharon Taylor, and Teresa Fairbanks. Employee organizations include SEIU Local 1021 full-time and part-time units, IFPTE Local 21 mid-level management and executive management units, Richmond Police Officers Association, Richmond Police Management Association, IAFF Local 188, and Richmond Fire Management Association. Under conference with real property negotiator, property includes 1324 Canal Boulevard, that's the General Warehouse, Port of Richmond. Agency negotiator, David Alshire and Lizette Zapata. Negotiating parties, Richmond Grown. Under negotiation are the price and terms of payment. Under public employee appointment, title includes the attorney. Under conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, initiation of litigation, Riggers Loft Wine Company.
City Clerk,
And I'll be recusing myself on item C2 1324 Canal Boulevard because of a conflict of interest.
Through the mayor, I just want to tell the clerk I was in the waiting room. I heard her calling my name, but I wasn't let in yet. So
okay. Do you have public speakers?
I don't see any request to speak.
Okay, well, in that case, we are adjourned to closed session.
City Clerk, I am here.
Okay, thank you. The council went to closed session.
Hi, this is Richard from KCRT. Antonio and Delmy, I'm trying to bring you in as panelists for the dialogue box. Alan, this is Richard from KCRT. We see your camera. Can you turn it off, please? Thank you.
Okay.
What was that? Lena? What did you say?
You're muted, Mayor.
I'm sorry, Melvin, are you here or just your picture?
I'm here. I was waiting on you.
Okay, so we do have a quorum, Madam Clerk, so I think we can get going if you're ready.
I'm ready.
Okay. Welcome everybody to the continuation of the regular meeting of the Richmond City Council. Would you call the roll, please?
Yes, Councilmember Bates.
Present.
Councilmember Jimenez. Councilmember Jimenez is absent. Okay. All right, thank you. Councilmember Johnson.
Here.
Vice Mayor Martinez.
Here.
Councilmember McLaughlin. Councilmember McLaughlin is absent. Councilmember Willis.
Here.
And Mayor Butt.
Here. Please play the public comment instructional video.
Councilmember McLaughlin, I see you.
Okay, thank you. Yeah.
Due to COVID-19, this meeting will be conducted via Zoom pursuant to the provisions of the Governor's Urgency Measure Assembly Bill 361, which suspends certain requirements of the Brown Act. The Mayor will call upon council members, staff, and other guest speakers by name. Please speak clearly and state your name before giving comments or remarks. Council members, staff, and guest speakers participating via Zoom with their cameras enabled are reminded that their activities are visible to viewers. Community members participating via Zoom wishing to speak should use the raised hand feature or dial *9 if participating via phone, and the mayor or city clerk will call upon them at the appropriate time. Community members will have up to 2 minutes to speak, 3 minutes for public hearings. After the speaker's time expires, staff will lower their hand and mute their mic. Community members participating via phone will be called upon to speak by the last 4 digits of their phone number. Public input and participation are of the utmost importance to the City of Richmond City Council. Therefore, it is important for public speakers to be ready to address the council when called upon. Public speakers are requested to state their names and city of residence, but providing such information is voluntary. Written public comments received before and during the meeting in accordance with the COVID-19 public comment guidelines printed on the meeting agenda will be entered into the record and published at the clerk's office webpage. If authors of written correspondence would also like to speak on the item, they should raise their hand when prompted by the mayor, and the city clerk will call upon them at the appropriate time. A roll call vote will be taken for all action items. The meeting can be seen on KCRT's TV channel and is being streamed on Zoom, YouTube, and KCRT.com. Thank you for participating in a meeting of the City of Richmond City Council.
Debido a COVID-19, esta reunión se llevará a cabo a través de Zoom en conformidad con las provisiones de la medida de urgencia del gobernador de la Ley de la Asamblea 361, que suspende ciertos requisitos de la Ley Brown. El alcalde llamará a los concejales, a los empleados de la ciudad y a otros invitados a hablar por nombre. Por favor, hable claramente y diga su nombre antes de dar su comentario. Se recuerda a los concejales, empleados de la ciudad y otros invitados participando a través de Zoom con sus cámaras encendidas que sus actividades son visibles al público. Miembros de la comunidad participando a través de Zoom que deseen hablar deberían de usar la función levantar la mano, en inglés raise hand, o marcar estrella 9 si están participando por teléfono. El alcalde y la secretaria municipal llamarán a los oradores en el momento apropiado. Miembros de la comunidad tendrán hasta 2 minutos para hablar y 3 minutos para temas de audiencias públicas. Después de que se expire el tiempo de orador, se le bajará la mano y el micrófono será silenciado. Miembros de la comunidad participando por teléfono serán llamados para su turno usando los últimos 4 dígitos de su número de teléfono. Los comentarios y la participación del público son de suma importancia para el Consejo Municipal. Por lo tanto, es importante que los oradores públicos estén listos para dar sus comentarios al Consejo Municipal cuando sean llamados. Se pide que los oradores públicos indiquen sus nombres y ciudad de residencia, pero proveer dicha información es voluntario. Comentarios escritos recibidos antes y durante la reunión de acuerdo con las reglas designadas para comentario público durante el COVID-19, imprimidos en la agenda de la reunión, serán ingresados en el registro y se publicarán en la página web de la Secretaría Municipal. Si los autores de la correspondencia escrita también desean hablar sobre el tema, deberían levantar la mano cuando sea pedido por el alcalde, y la Secretaría Municipal los llamará en el momento apropiado. Se realizará una votación nominal para todos los puntos de acción. La reunión se podrá ver en el canal de televisión de KCRT y también se transmitirá en Zoom, YouTube y kcrt.com. Gracias por participar en una reunión de Consejo Municipal de la ciudad de Richmond.
The next item is a statement of conflict of interest. Does anyone have one? I don't see one. The next item is agenda review. The city clerk told me that she wants to take item Q1 off tonight's agenda. Is that right?
Yes, it will be continued until July 19th.
Okay. And unless there's an objection, I want to hold over item P1 till our next meeting.
Mr. Mayor, I want to formally object and make a motion to overrule that direction.
Okay. Is there a second?
I second that.
Okay. Let's call the roll, Madam Clerk.
Councilmember Bates?
No.
Councilmember Jimenez?
Yes.
Councilmember Johnson?
No.
Councilmember McLaughlin?
Yes.
Councilmember Willis?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Martinez?
Yes.
And Mayor Butt.
No.
The motion passes with Councilmembers Bates and Johnson voting no and Mayor Butt voting no.
Okay, are there any other changes to the agenda? The other one I wanted to pull item O2A, I think, off the consent calendar.
Yes.
Okay. Any other changes? Okay, I don't
We
hear.
would like, if it's okay to move that item that you just put in.
You broke up, Councilmember Jimenez.
I'm sorry. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, now, yes.
I would like to see if we can put the item that the mayor just pull out of the agenda?
You're breaking up.
I think I heard her the first time say she wanted to move up the item you just pulled off the agenda, Mayor Butt, which is O2A.
That's fine. That's fine.
Where are we?
Move it up after a consent calendar.
Correct.
Yes.
Okay, we'll do that. Okay, any other changes? Okay, next item is report from the city attorney.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, members of council. On the closed session agenda, the first item was labor negotiations. We gave a status report on negotiations. There was no reportable action taken. The second item was the city attorney. That position was discussed by the council. There was no reportable action taken. On the item C2 involving real property negotiations, the property at 1324 Canal Boulevard, there was a motion by Councilmember Bates, second by Councilmember Willis, approved with 5 votes in favor. The mayor did not participate due to a conflict, and Councilmember McLaughlin abstained. The motion was to move forward with negotiations and finalize the lease as soon as possible, with the proviso that the provisions concerning community benefit would be governed by the city's community benefit ordinance. And then the last item, which is the real property negotiations concerning, it's the actually anticipated litigation with Riggers Loft Wine Company. That item, we ran out of time. It will be held to the end of the meeting when the council would go back into closed session. That's the closed session report.
Okay, thank you. Next item is a report from the city manager. You're muted, city manager.
That's because I'm so excited. We just finished our 3-day weekend and we're back this evening and we're going to get out of here early. I have a strong feeling about it.
Don't count your chickens.
Okay. You can treat us to ice cream. I want to announce that the City of Richmond Environmental Initiative Division in collaboration with Republic Services, we're hosting a free webinar on Zoom Thursday, July 7th from 12:30 to 1:30. Very important topics you all need to know about, especially local businesses. We have every year there are additional requirements to increase our recycling and diversion. So we want to make sure that everyone has a refresher on how to recycle. You can go to www.richmondenvironment.org or give us a call at 510-620-6285. Again, 510-620-6285. So we can help you sign up. Or there's also a QR code on our city's website, or you can register at the URL I just provided. Also, another important topic, ARPA, COVID-19 relief funds. We're in the progress of our community needs assessment. We know that lots of you all are interested in providing input on how to help invest the additional $17.2 million in American Rescue Act funds in our community. So please join us in a virtual community forum next Monday, July 11th from 5:30 to 7:30 p.m. Again, that's Monday, July 11th from 5:30 to 7:30 p.m. If you would like more information, please call 510-307-8016. Again, 510-307-8016. And all of these items are generally also in the City Manager Weekly Report. So if you don't subscribe, you can log on to the city's homepage and sign up there. And then that will enable you to receive all of the updates about all of the wonderful work that city staff are doing citywide. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And the next item is abatement report from the Public Works Director.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, and council members. KCRT, if you could pull up the slide deck, please. We'll go over the amazing work that abatement and community partners have been doing over the last month, in the month of June. Next slide. Park Plaza, Iron Triangle, Richmond Heights, Richmond Annex neighborhood councils. We had some neighborhood cleanup days where we removed 28 loads of debris, and I think something was going on. There we go. And also 23 Richmond Republic and 5 Sims Metal loads as well as our community partners. Next slide, please. See some additional pictures of staff, large equipment used in the efforts. Next slide. And we assisted nearly 140 seniors and disabled persons with nearly 50 tons of debris. Next slide, please. Also nearly 100 tires, over 200 mattresses, also resulting in nearly 180 tons removed for illegal dumping throughout the city. Next slide. And abated a few encampments, nearly 9 tons there as well. Next slide. With a total of nearly 190 tons of illegal dumping, nearly 9 tons of encampments, and just short of 200 tons during the month of June. Next slide. I also engaged in some weed abatement activities on Richmond Parkway. Lower right looks like the after of the medians. Next slide. Also some over 460 tags removed in over 150 locations. Next slide. And some of our partners, Sims Metal, Republic Services, the Police Department, iHeart Richmond, Corps through the county, Caltrans, as well as abatement staff. Next slide, and with that, I will field any questions you might have.
Any questions from council members? If the public wants to comment on any of this, you can do it during open forum. Councilmember Bates, go ahead.
Director Leach, the more we pick up, the more we have to pick up the second and third time. You got any ideas of how we can hopefully eradicate this continuation of dumping in our city?
Yes, sir.
Joe, I know before you answer, can I provide a point of clarification? The Councilmember Bates, in some of those data sets, it also includes the scheduled neighborhood cleanups, and that's a delineation from what's just picked up on the streets. And so I think that's an important point. So if Joe, if you could speak to that, that would be great.
Yeah, I think those, we have neighborhood cleanups. And I think it's at least 1 in every neighborhood council. It might be up to 2 with this fiscal year. But I think the other thing that we're doing is putting up cameras on the hotspot locations that we're aware of. I know that there's been an issue recently where we're having to coordinate and negotiate with PG&E to put them up on poles owned by them. But I know that our environmental folks out of the city manager's office are working diligently to work with PG&E on those efforts. So I think between cameras and prosecuting those that are caught through those actions, those are some of the high level things that we're doing. I think to your point, Councilmember Bates, I think it is at times can feel and experience like a whack-a-mole where we're constantly chasing debris throughout the city. I think the best thing that community members can do is engage in assisting us, whether they're reporting it through the app, calling city manager's office or public works department, or just taking the moments to pick up debris as they're near those locations.
Just as a curiosity, what are our fines for people who are in violation of dumping?
That I don't know off the top of my head. I would have to engage our code enforcement folks on that and get back to you.
Well, the question is the fines stiff enough or not? We ought to be looking at that. So I would appreciate if you will give us a written report about the fines and any other recommendations you may have relating to how we can continue to try to keep our city clean and apprehend those that are disrespectful and just dumping all over our city. Many of them are not necessarily Richmond citizens. I think people come from all parts of the area. And it's just an observation. Thank you very much.
Certainly. Thank you.
Councilman Willis, go ahead.
Yeah, no, I just wanted to thank you for the report and extend my gratitude to you and the Public Works Department. It's exciting news and it's great. So I just wanted to thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Vice Mayor Martinez, go ahead.
Yes. I also want to thank you for the great work you've been doing. And I know that there's a lot more to be done. So hopefully we can get enough people out there to do what needs to be done. I'm curious. Is there one fine for dumping? It seems like it should be calibrated to the amount of garbage people leave. So, you know, if that's not part of the formula, I think we should consider that. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Okay, if there are no more questions from city council members, we'll move to the next item, open forum for public comment.
Yes, open forum is an opportunity to give comments on items that are on the consent calendar or items that are not on the agenda. As a reminder, item O2A has been removed. You'll have 2 minutes to address the council. Please keep your comments respectful and non-offensive. Thank you. We'll have Ursula call the speakers.
Yes, at this time we have 8 speakers. They are Koa, Alexander Kane, Madeline Law, Don Gosney, Mark Wasberg, Naomi Williams, Chris Broglio, and Peggy Chu. You will each have up to 2 minutes to speak. Koa, you may begin.
All right. Good evening, Mr. Mayor and council members. My name is Quan Nguyen, and I'm a Richmond police officer. When I first applied here with Richmond in 2010, I was competing with at least 100 other applicants to become a Richmond police officer. Many of these other applicants were current police officers wanting to leave their agencies just so that they could come work here at Richmond. When I did my physical agility test to get hired here, I did it by running and jumping over fences in the pouring rain, but it wasn't really an issue for many of us because when we got soaking wet in the rain, because all of us were determined to come work here at Richmond. We all wanted to come work here at Richmond at the time because of the quality of work that the city offered and the attractive compensation packages that Richmond had to offer at the time, which allowed Richmond to be one of the best compensated police departments in the country. In fact, when I was first hired here with Richmond, it was unheard of for anyone to want to leave Richmond. Instead, if you were a police officer or wanted to become a police officer, the Richmond Police Department was the place to be. The Richmond Police Department is now a shrinking department, mostly due to the uncompetitive pay that does not measure up to the workload standards and expectations that Richmond police officers are required to have. Let the data speak for itself. When I was first hired, the POA now only has 102 members. In the past 5 years, the POA has lost 42 members who have left the police department to either work for other agencies or have left law enforcement altogether. In addition, in the past 5 years, the POA has lost another 42 members who have retired but could have worked longer had there been a competitive contract in place. Prior to 2017, there was not a single police officer that wanted to willingly leave the Richmond Police Department. Fast forward to today in 2022, where police officers are now actively trying to leave the shrinking department. Please help the city of Richmond rebuild its police department by negotiating a fair and competitive contract for the POA. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Alexander Kane.
Good evening, Richmond City Council and the Mayor. My name is Alexander Kane, and I'm addressing the council today in public comment because the City of Richmond Council has not provided a fair contract to police officers like myself. Our contract expired on June 30th, and the city's police officers have never been without a contract. The City of Richmond is already in a police staffing crisis, yet our council continues to defund and divest from our police department, making many of us continue to question Why are we even working here? For many of us, it is a sad state of affairs. In 2016, the Richmond Police Department was a nationwide example of 21st century policing. In 2022, many of us wonder how long the police department will continue to exist. Because the Richmond City Council ignores and does not invest in its police department employees, many residents' calls for service go unanswered. Many victims don't receive the service and the justice they deserve because of our staffing. Crimes go unreported daily because of the lack of staff. If the council doesn't prioritize our ability to do our job, many of us will be looking for new employment in a city that values what we do. We are currently in forced overtime shift and unavailable to provide full service to the residents of Richmond. No one wants to come to work here because the council does not value its police department. This has to change, or the residents of Richmond simply will not have a police department and will likely have to contract with the sheriff's office. If that is what you want, then please keep doing nothing. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Madeline Law.
Good evening. Good evening, Mayor Butt, Council, and City staff. This is a follow-up call from May of this year. I am concerned that I called in May to inquire about council item regarding the Miraflores housing project. At that meeting, Lena Valesco reported that the Miraflores project would be on council before council takes vacation in August. There are not too many more Tuesdays in this month before August hits and you all will be on vacation. I don't want to see us get passed over again because lack of paying attention, lack of getting a job done. I don't know what the issue is, but we have not heard a peep about where we are in the queue in terms of our council item. I would hope I could hear tonight or very soon that this item is going to be on the agenda for July 19th. It's very disappointing that we've had to wait so many years just to get a council item on the agenda so that we can get started on a project that has taken us 28 years to get developed. I appreciate your time. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Don Gosney. Don, you may begin.
Thank you. You know, every year I come before the good people of Richmond to offer high-paying career opportunities for my neighbors. Please get a pen and paper handy for when I offer my name and phone number. The Plumbers and Steam Fitters Local 342 is having sign-ups for our apprentice program starting August 1st. This is an online application, and we expect interest of about 2,500 applicants. But the sign-ups will close after 750 applications are filed. What do? We build and maintain hospitals, pharmaceutical plants, the Lawrence Livermore Laboratory, UC Berkeley, computer chip plants, skyscrapers, power plants, refineries. We build and maintain pipelines, and we provide highly qualified HVAC refrigeration mechanics. The basic requirement is that the applicants must be 18 years or older, have a high school diploma or GED, be physically capable of doing the work, and be able to pass pre-employment drug screening. Here's the contact info you can use. Call me and I'll send you more and provide you with the application info packet. My name is Don Gosney, and I can be reached at 510-685-2403. That is 510-685-2403. We start apprentices off at 40% of journeyman scale plus benefits. This means that we start apprentices at about $59,000 a year with about $92,000 a year in benefits. As long as schoolwork and on-the-job training is progressing, apprentices are eligible for a $7,200 per year wage increase every 6 months for the full 5-year apprenticeship. If they were to turn out today as a journeyman, the pay is $144,000 a year plus benefits. The apprentice program is a 5-year program. We pay for the cost of the training, all textbooks, all materials. So we also provide the job opportunities, and the contractors provide all of the tools to do the job. We're not offering jobs, we're offering careers. If you want a job, Mickey D's is probably hiring, but you need to practice asking, you want fries with that? If that's what you want, you also get the minimum wage job that goes along with that. Once again, here's the contact information you can use. Call me and I'll tell you more. My name is Don Gosney. I can be reached at 510-685-2403. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Mark Wasberg.
Yeah, you hear me?
Yes.
Hey, you know, if I was a Richmond cop right now, ready to retire, I'd bail out in a heartbeat. Why work at a place where you're not going to be respected, where you are hated, and you're not even backed by the city council? This is getting to be stupid, you know? This is what the RPA wants. They want to destroy Richmond. They want to tax the big businesses. Matter of fact, I had a chance to speak to Mike Mahoney. He has a business here in Richmond. He's bailing out because the city council has raised his taxes about 7-fold. I told Mike, you're just wasting your time, bro. Why are you in here, Richmond? He says, I don't care about Richmond no more. I'm getting ready to go. So what they're doing is they want to go ahead and tax the big businesses so they can give it to the people who don't want to work, like these clowns on Ryder Road and Castro. You go on my Facebook, you will see the video that I took and pictures of Castro and Ryder's Road. You will see it for yourself, because you people have not been out there. You don't know what it looks like. It looks like a third world country. Ryder Road is not a homeless campment, people. These cars been parked there illegally for the last, 6 months to a year? Where's code enforcement? Where's the police? Any officer could go down there and start tagging and towing, because the city council has ordered the police to not enforce the law. They did it with this. They did the same thing. Don't deal with ICE, stopping the police checkpoints so these people could be criminals. I said, if you don't get these people out of office, Richmond's going to end up like another Detroit. That's why you cannot vote for Aguado. Don't vote for this clown or anybody that supports the RPA or running on the RPA ticket. If you do, you're going to regret it. You know, I don't get it with you people, you know. I don't really like to use profanity because I had a, long talk with some people. They said, Mark, you're going to have to quit. I said, hey, no problem. But the point is, this is so stupid.
Your time has expired. Our next speaker is Naomi Williams.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes.
I want to change the subject just a little. That means that I was in a war last night. For July the 4th, I thought I was over where these poor people have to leave the country because of Russia. It stayed on until after 12. My dog was barking and nervous all night until about 2 o'clock, and I had him in the room with me. So I'm wondering, isn't there anything we can do to, I know it's against the law, but we don't have enough officers to cover. I remember years ago, we did have enough officers to cover every spot, but now we don't. So I'm wondering, what can we do to stop these people from doing their illegal? We have the 3, July the 3rd, try to help them enjoy July the 4th, but they don't seem to enjoy that. They seem to want to be in their own neighborhoods, and they seem to be doing, well, not in their neighborhoods. They come over in my neighborhood and do it and then run back to their neighborhoods. But there should be something we can do about it. I went outside last night and asked them to please stop the bombs because my dog was scared. And they stopped it for about 30 minutes. And then they came back and started doing it again. That's unfair to me and my dog. And I'm an old person, so I know how that feels. But as far as the police was talking, that's really true. We do not have enough officers to do anything. They can start, but then they have to leave and go not be able to finish their jobs by doing something else. I'm wondering, what are we going to do? I know people are saying get rid of the council. That's not the issue. The issue is that the council...
Thank you. Your time has expired. Our next speaker is Peggy Chow. Peggy? Peggy, can you please unmute yourself?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Peggy Chow, and I'm a police officer with the Richmond Police Department. I'm calling in this evening to again encourage an open discussion to provide our current and future Richmond police officers with a fair, equitable, and marketable contract and compensation to ensure the ongoing safety and success of our Richmond community. When I first joined the Richmond Police Department, I was in awe of our community policing philosophy. It was a methodology that values diversity, partnership, and collaboration to truly connect with our community to deliver the highest caliber of service and safety that our Richmond community deserves. Over my past 8 years, I have witnessed the investments of our policing model prove its success time and time again. It is no secret that the Richmond Police Department is currently experiencing critical staffing shortages that have required the daily implementation of forced 18-hour overtime shifts and mandatory overtime shift signups. It is also no secret that many of our neighboring communities have chosen to invest in their community success by providing compensation and benefits to support a strong police force to ensure their cities remain a safe place to live, work, and visit. The current conditions here in the city of Richmond have rendered it extremely difficult to recruit new police officers, and it is nearing impossible to retain current officers who were once fiercely dedicated to our community. But I'm calling in tonight to emphasize that it is not too late to rejuvenate our police force so we can again reap the benefits of our once robust community policing partnerships. For the caliber of safety and service that our community deserves, I urge you to please invest in our current and future police officers with a valued contract and compensation to ensure the continued safety and success of our Richmond community. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Sandra Garcia. Sandra?
Hear me?
Yes.
Great. Hello, City Council. I live on Key Boulevard at Barrett, and I've lived here for 17 years. A number of years ago, the residents of my immediate area complained to the City Council about motorists spinning and doing donuts at the intersection of Key and Barrett. This was many years ago. The result was that the city drew plans for a roundabout. After that, and the plans are already drawn up, and this was initiated a number of years ago. After that, nothing happened, however. The matter just fell by the wayside. And these are for reasons I do not know. In the following years, the residents have endured this ongoing problem, and we accepted it as just being a reality for Richmond, a city with limited funding or limited funds. However, in the last few years, these sideshows and spinning donuts and racing along the streets has increased. It's more frequent now, and it goes on for longer durations. So it's getting to be impossible to live in this area with this ongoing problem. We have reignited this discussion within our community, and a number of us met. And as a result of that meeting, we signed a petition, and there was 40 signatures on that petition requesting that the city look into this matter once again and help us with this problem. I have written letters, my neighbors have written letters, and we feel that even though there is this problem is occurring in many places in the city, and that there are traffic concerns, safety concerns in other areas of the city, those concerns—
Your time has expired. Thank you. Our next speaker is Chris Broglio.
Thank you. My name is Chris.
Chris, we can't hear you. Chris? Okay, I will try to come back to Chris.
I'm sorry?
Oh, we couldn't hear you. You can begin. I will try to come back to him. Our next speaker is Rodney Brown.
I'd like to say good afternoon, Council and everybody. This is Rodney Elmo Brown.
Want to say happy birthday to myself. I'm celebrating my 11th birthday today, so I'm a proud young man in doing so. But I want to talk about something of importance that's coming up. Of course, you know, Soulful Softball Sunday has been a staple within the community of Richmond, California. August 28, 2022 is when we're going to be launching that particular activity. But once again, I need the council support in waiving the park fees, as you all did and came and supported the Willie Mays induction of his name of the park in his name. We also want you to come and support Soulful Softball Sunday. I know in past, Melvin has came, Dimlis has came, and even Tom Butts has came as he's thrown out the first pitch. But it would be great to see Mr. Martinez, Mr. Bates, Ms. Jimenez, and Ms. McLaughlin there in attendance as well. This year is going to be very, very interesting based on the fact that we lost a couple individuals who were very important within the staple of Soulful Softball Sunday. We lost Mr. Gary Jones last month. We'll be dedicating the game to him, as well as Ronaldo Reeser, who also was the president of the race team, the brothers that came down from Los Angeles, California to play with us a couple times. He was killed in a tragic automobile accident. So we want to definitely make sure that we acknowledge them and make sure that they get their props. And we also will be honoring numerous people from our community that have done some wonderful works within the sector of Richmond, California. And we all want you to come and partake in the festivities as usual. We'll have backpack giveaways for the young folks. We'll also be raffling off some beautiful prizes, some cards, some gift cards and things of that nature. The festivities will start at 9 a.m. this year. We're also going to have 4 women team and 4 men team that will be competing for the Covenant Mayor's Trophy at Nickel Park, Willie Mays Field, August 28th, 2022, 9 a.m. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Benjamin Terrio.
Good evening, Council. Ben Terrio, President of the Richmond POA. In the first time in history, the residents of Richmond no longer have a police force with an active contract. While the city initially wanted to work very hard to get a deal done and have a contract with its police force, that didn't happen. And the city decided in its infinite wisdom not to have negotiations for almost 3 months. So now here we are. We have an expired contract. We have a defunded, reduced police department with low to zero morale. And unfortunately, some of those things have been council inflicted. And currently, I understand council is relying on the Siegel for class and comp study, which has already been proven to be out of date and quite frankly incompetent. The council needs to take action on this quickly and quite frankly get a refund, if not a partial refund or a full refund for some of the errors and incompetencies of the study. I've sent the mayor and U.S. council members comparables that are all gathered from public information. I hope that you take a look at that because I think that will cut through some of the noise as well. And I think some of this stuff has to be put out publicly so that people know where their cops stand. We know that most residents don't have time to listen to the council, et cetera, but we intend to bring this issue to them. And we're fully going to highlight the fact that, this police department has over 30 vacancies. Unfortunately, many of the things that we are tried to do to get justice for victims is we are not able to do. We no longer have a violence reduction unit. We no longer have any type of criminal intel unit. No robbery, property theft, investigative units have been combined and reduced in detectives. Homicide unit has fewer detectives. And quite frankly, what this means for victims is delayed justice, if any justice at all. And that's the perception if you're a victim. And that's unfortunate and unnecessary for residents of Richmond. So I'm asking you, the council, to do better, to get a good deal for us so that we can keep the good officers that we have and bring quality officers here. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Javier Homer. You may begin.
Yes, good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. Yeah, sorry, I didn't have a chance to log in earlier because just parenting duties. So I'm not sure if I missed anything on the traffic issue. But I just wanted to chime in on, investment in speed reduction, traffic safety, reducing lanes, whatever can be done planning wise.
Excuse me, Javier, this item has not come up yet. It's gonna come up right after consent calendar.
Is this an open comment though?
It is, but that item you're speaking on is on the agenda and it'll come up right after the consent calendar.
Could I just make a quick comment because I will have to leave?
Well, you know, if you're talking on that item, the answer is no. You can talk on anything else.
Okay, very well. I didn't catch anything before, but well, in terms of that item coming up, I, as a resident of Richmond, happy to continue speaking with city council members. Please reach out. We always invite, come down to the Carlson Boulevard area. Mr. Mayor, yourself too. Come, as long for the duration of your term. I know it's winding down, but we always would love to talk and show you more of what's going on down here. So I'll yield the rest of my time and appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Councilmember Bates.
Thank you, Madam Clerk, Mayor, and council members. I wanted to echo a couple of comments. I want to thank the police department, despite of the shortness of manpower, for the outstanding job that they did a few days ago, where they were able to arrest individuals with a number of weaponry and very good professional police investigation and work. So thank you, and I want you to be assured that we are working diligently to try to complete the negotiation and award a proper contract to our police officers. The second one is we do it at the end of the meeting, but I thought this was such a significant issue that I should make mention of it earlier. Leonard Livingston, the son of the first Black mayor in the city of Richmond, George Livingston, passed away this last week. This was an outstanding young man. He was an outstanding photographer. In fact, we had planned to do a Black history program, because he had so many photographs where he had participated in and took, including himself, Michael Jackson, all kinds of personal individual stars and athletes. And it's sad to know that he has passed, and the funeral arrangements are being pending. And I hope the city will do something exceptional to recognize his significant contribution to Richmond and the communities at large. Thank you very much.
Thank you, and we have no more speakers.
What about that person who couldn't get in earlier? Is he still trying to get in?
Yes, I've been looking, and it seems like he's dropped off. He's
Okay.
not on the list any longer.
Okay, all right. The next item is the consent calendar. The only item that's been taken off of that is item 02A. Is there a motion on the consent calendar?
So moved.
Okay, motion by Johnson.
Second.
Second by Martinez. Call the roll, please, Madam Clerk.
Councilmember Bates?
Yes.
Councilmember Jimenez?
Yes.
Councilmember Johnson?
Yes.
Councilmember McLaughlin?
Yes.
Councilmember Willis?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Martinez?
Yes.
And Mayor Butt?
Yes.
The vote is unanimous.
So the next item, item P1, was continued. So the next item will be 02A from the consent calendar.
Point of order.
Yes.
We did a motion during agenda review to keep P1 on the discussion, and it passed 4-3.
Yeah, but we did have 02A right after consent calendar, but Councilmember Willis is right that we kept P1 on.
Yes.
May I ask a clarifying question, Mayor, but also regarding P1, was that continued?
P1 was continued by staff.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to make sure that was
in. I'm sorry. Q1. I'm sorry. You're
Q1.
right. I misspoke. So Q1 was continued by staff. P1 is still on there, and we're going to take up O2A, and then we'll move on to P1. I'm sorry.
Yes.
Okay.
Item O2A is to direct staff to address interim solutions to street safety concerns prior to our local road safety plan being finalized and funded, such as dangerous pedestrian crossings along Carlson Boulevard and sideshows at Key Boulevard and Barrett Avenue, May Road and Santa Rita Road, as well as other locations.
So this 3 council members put this on there. Would one of you want to introduce it?
I can start, Mr. Mayor. So, okay, thank you. So as the city clerk read, this is an item that directs staff to address some interim solutions to street safety concerns. We did have recently a presentation of our local road safety plan. Councilmember Jimenez and I were both on some of the meetings, the stakeholder meetings, I think they called them, with staff and the consultant for the local street safety plan. So that's coming along really well and it'll be finalized. But then they have to do fundraising, get grant money to implement the plan. So in the meantime, there's a lot of street safety concerns and there are some of these street safety concerns that could be addressed with an interim solution while waiting for the permanent solution to come about once the road safety plan is funded. So I put some examples and, we all agreed, Claudia and Councilmember Jimenez and Vice Mayor Martinez, we put some examples in there, but that's what they were, examples. For example, you can see here where the language of the recommended action is interim solutions such as, and then I mentioned Carlson Boulevard as well as various sideshow locations, and then it ends with as well as at other locations. So this is clearly a broad item. We want staff to address interim solutions that are really hot spots. And I'll tell you, Carlson Avenue is a hot spot. I know Joe Leach knows about that. I held a Zoom meeting. There was lots of parents there. I don't know whether it was like 40 plus parents there and lots of emails. They have a huge email list where they've been organizing for over a year because crossing Carlson right at Tehama is right in order to go to Nomura preschool. That is a very dangerous area because, well, Carlson in general has just speeding cars up and down, but that's right where cars get onto I-80. So they speed up to get onto the freeway. And so parents are crossing their kids to school and lots of safety concerns such that they have emailed me constantly. We did that Zoom meeting. I've had phone calls. So I mentioned that as an example. And I also mentioned some ideas that one of the parents put together. They're just ideas. They've actually sent them already to staff. So staff saw the ideas already. I added them on as an attachment just so staff to recall their, memory as to what were some of these ideas. Staff will have to examine them again. I think they did see some value in some of these ideas. And then, of course, Councilmember Jimenez has, in her district in particular, there were some recent, and I think we heard from a speaker just during open forum about Key Boulevard and Barrett Avenue and the sideshows there. And we know in the past, last fall, we directed staff to come up with engineering solutions for sideshows. So, but Key Boulevard and Barrett aren't the only areas of sideshows. We mentioned a few others like May Road and Santa Rita Road, but also I think I recall, because I was the one putting this, such as El Sobrante Valley, Hilltop, Marina Bay. There's other areas perhaps in the city as well. So we're not neglecting, we're not saying, there aren't other areas. We're just saying there are areas of the city that we could put forward interim solutions. And So some of the ideas for the sideshows that have come up were temporary roundabouts, bots, dots, I think we all remember that discussion, and raised circular markers that can deter reckless driving. So the funding for this item is something we all approved when we approved the budget. We approved $750,000 for street safety initiatives. And that was part of the surplus savings that city manager had come up with. And we had a list of different things that we included in that. So, I mean, there's also money in capital improvement budget. But again, this is not the full amount of money we need to fix our streets and have true safety all around. But it gives us some starting point for some interim temporary solutions. So basically, that's what this item is all about. We thought we would move it forward to give staff direction to get moving on some of these things, so our city, our streets could be safer, and of course continue to work on fundraising for the local road safety plan, so we can really have this, the safest streets that our community deserves. But that's what I have to say. I don't know if Councilmember Jimenez or Vice Mayor Martinez wants to make some remarks.
Yeah, thank you, Councilmember McLaughlin. We put this item to be proactive in terms of what we can direct staff to start looking of how we can invest the money that we approve. Some of the examples we put it there because we have been hearing from the community, but I am also aware that, like, for instance, in District 6, there are some other areas like McDonald near Nicole Park that has also data that indicate that better lighting and crosswalk enhancement needs to be there around Ring and San Pablo. Barrett, we have a lot of collisions there as well. And I know, like, for instance, I just received an email from one of the residents saying that South 37 and Wall Avenue, also the community has been dealing with some donuts there that we want to address. We know that 750,000 is no full amount, but we want to start giving a direction that start right now, and then we can see in 3-6 months some street safety measures in the short term that allow us to continue improving safety streets with engineering solutions. The ones on Barrett and Key, the idea, it was from the community that has been organized. We heard from them, but it is also part of a bicycle plan. The city applied for some grants that didn't get, and that is also part of that. So it's also to have these solutions, but that they are tied to the bike plan, the local road safety plan, so we can continue to improve the safety in our streets. And we want just with this item is to move forward, to be active and to be responsive to what the community had been telling us that is needed. Thank you.
So, Vice Mayor, it looks like you want to chime in here.
I do. I don't want to increase traffic on Nevin, but I've driven Nevin from the freeway to Civic Center and experienced all the roundabouts and the speed bumps that they've installed, and it works. I think Nevin is a good example of what we can do in the city of Richmond. And I also want to praise the Richmond Annex neighborhood for coming together with a traffic calming plan. This is the sort of plan that everyone needs to do for their neighborhood. It looks very well thought out. A lot of thought was given to it, and it's coming from a neighborhood who knows where the problems are, and they've come up with solutions. So I once again, I want to thank the neighborhood for taking the time, spending the energy to come up with this plan. It looks very good to me. I live in the Richmond Annex, so I understand what goes on. And you know, Carlson Avenue is like a freeway to a lot of people, and we need to protect people who need to cross the street in order to get from one part of the Richmond Annex to another part. So once again, thank you.
Are there any questions from council members? Go ahead, Councilmember Bates.
Well, I'm delighted that the three of you have chosen to include the entire city, because that did not appear the indication initially. And I think that was one of the primary reasons it was taken off the CC agenda. So as long as the entire city is involved and will be entitled to these various alternatives to stopping this speeding and car shows and so forth, I'm very much supportive. So thank you.
Any other questions from council members? I had some questions, but I think I'll wait till after public comments. So let's call public speakers, Madam Clerk.
Okay, at this time we have 8 speakers. You will each have up to 2 minutes to speak. They are Mark Pfeffer, Max Pfeffer, Mark Wasberg, Garland Ellis, Ilona Clark, Jan Mignoni, Hulen Barnett. And our first speaker is Max Pfeffer. You may begin.
Great, thank you. Good evening, Mayor Butt and the members of the City Council. My name is Max Pfeffer and I'm a Richmond resident. I'm speaking today in support of this item. I live in the vicinity of one of the listed intersections, and it is a well-needed project. City staff have identified this location for a traffic circle since as early as 2018. These interim street improvements are not some political stunt of the members sponsoring this item. This effort began with members of the community gathering at Mira Vista Park to discuss how to make our neighborhood safer. My wonderful neighbors organized us and created a petition and call to action for the City Council to finally install the traffic circle that was planned for the intersection of Key Boulevard and Barrett Avenue. This is the community coming together and advocating for ourselves, not some virtual signaling politics. This is an important issue to our community, and we need real action from our City Council, not further stalling. As a licensed professional civil engineer, I often think of this phrase when I do my own planning work for public infrastructure. Imperfect action is better than perfect inaction. While we all recognize that traffic circles are only one part of the solution and we need more action like meaningful traffic enforcement, that shouldn't stop us from incrementally making our streets safer. We make things better one step at a time and by working together. We're all on the same side here. We all want to make Richmond the best city it can be. The interim street safety improvements are not a comprehensive solution, but it is a step in the right direction. I urge you to vote yes on the item. Thank you for your service to the city.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Mark Wasberg.
You hear me?
Yes.
Aguado got a lot of nerve talking about street safety when he was out there promoting sideshows. Yeah, let's give these people a place in Richmond where they could have the sideshows. Even what was your name again? I forgot it. But anyway, this is Johnson. Oh yeah, it was Aguado and Johnson was favoring sideshows. I want somebody to help me get on the internet or get on the Richmond website and find where they made these statements. Shit. This is the most dumbest thing I ever seen in my entire life. City Council ain't going to do nothing. It's just a stall tactic. They got all this money for everything else, but they don't want to give it to the Richmond PD. They want to give the NOS $6 million. What are they going to do with $6 million, the NOS? Tell me, what are you going to do with it? Why don't you just give it back to the police so the police could be right back where it started from before the pandemic? You know, this is pretty stupid, Aguado. I want you to admit that you was favoring sideshows. What about you, Johnson? Why don't you tell the people that you was favoring sideshows? Reckless driving, which is illegal under state law. Man, I tell you, this is getting to be stupid, people. And yet you're going to, hopefully you won't put this idiot Aguado in office. You see what I'm saying? You see what's going on? They're just a bunch of hypocrites. Why don't you put some eyes in the sky? You could probably use some drones or, fly around, and during the day, and make stricter laws. If you get caught doing sideshows, you end up going to have to pay for cleaning up the street. You know how much that's going to cost to get rubber off the road? It's nearly impossible, but they're going to have to pay it anyway. You see, you have to put in stricter laws, get some eyes in the sky, but you can't have the city council over there promoting people being criminals.
Your time has expired. Our next speaker is Garland Ellis. Garland, you may begin.
Hello, Mayor, City Council members. My name is Garland Ellis, and I am the president of the Richmond Annex Neighborhood Council. Let me straighten out some things that are probably misconstrued by this report. First is, we did not contribute to this report. There's only been one meeting that was public by Gail in our neighborhood, and that was last year. There has been no effort by her, Eduardo, or anyone else to reach out to us, even though I spoke up at a previous city council meeting stating that we had plenty of information to give. And actually, we've been working on many of these solutions for 20 to 30 years. We have several experts who live in our neighborhood that many of you know. They have all contributed to coming up with the best plans that we can. I'm sure Joe Leach is not familiar with all the proposals that we put forth since he's new to the city. We would be more than glad to reiterate our plans to him so that we can have a safe Richmond Annex. Although we don't want to see all the money go to the Richmond Annex. We want to see it distributed evenly throughout the city. Just one traffic light will eat up all the funds that you've already set aside. Also, we want to remind you that sometimes one choice is not the best choice for the whole neighborhood. To put a light on Burlingame would redirect all the traffic coming down San Luis and from Tehama and El Cerrito and put it into a residential area that we don't want it in. Right now, it's somewhat controlled, although we don't really like it. To move a light onto Burlingame would even endanger Numera School because all the traffic would then be going right past it on Burlingame.
Your time has expired. Thank you. Our next speaker is Ilona Clark. Ilona? Please unmute yourself, Ilona.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi. First of all, $70,000 is not a lot of money. I spent more than that on my kitchen. So yeah, the previous speaker, much as I do not like his toxic attitude, had a point about that. But while we are on traffic safety, traffic circles have a very, very good safety record. They slow people down. They prevent the donuts, and they're public space that can be used for artwork or greenery or whatever. And they don't have to be expensive. You put a few big concrete planters and maybe a sign or two, you've got a traffic circle. No fuss, no muss. Also, as long as you are adding or maybe adding traffic lights, time them. Timed traffic lights keep the speeds down. You can time them for however fast you want people to go. It's set it and forget it. And you can set it to change the time during rush hours or as needed. There are students working for UC Berkeley who do this kind of thing, are studying it. You can probably hire somebody for super cheap. You get credit and experience, and they can do a lot of good, and they wouldn't be expensive. So just a couple of ideas for city staff to take into account. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Jan Mignoni.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. I've been in the North and East pretty much all my life. We all know that. We also have some of the wider streets in the North and East. Nevin is a bicycle street. It's not a car street. When they change it, it's a very small street. But you have Gaynor, Garvin, McBride, Ream. All these streets are much, much wider. Grand Avenue. And as long as they're big and wide like that, people are going to drive however they want to drive. It's hard to stop them. They put roundabouts at 25th and Grant, and it hasn't stopped the donuts from happening there. But I would like to say one thing. You talk about putting in traffic safety for the elementary schools. What about Grant School? 23rd and Clinton, the light there was working wonderfully. It stopped traffic all the time. People always stopped. Something quit working, and it's just been, we have to have for the school children who come from Building Woods across to Grant School, they have to stop and have someone walk them across the street because you can't trust cars to stop. People drive down 23rd Street at, 40 miles an hour, and that doesn't seem, you've got stop signs, you've got signals. It doesn't seem to slow people down. You've really got to think about the disenfranchised that have to walk to school, not the people who drive their kids to school. So please start with what you've already is broken, fix it, and then move forward. But you've got to look at, on two streets, on Garvin and Gaynor, in 6 weeks, we had 5 accidents. I mean, that's insane. And that's because there's, people drive however they want. They don't stop at stop signs. You shouldn't tell them it's a 4-way stop because that means, oh, you'll stop, so I'll go. And that's how they drive in this city. So you've got to do something about educating people first.
Thank you. Your time has expired. Our next speaker is Hulan Barnett. Hulan, you may begin.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Groom donut spots, Groom and Shane, Moyers in Annapolis, Moyers and Parker, 33rd and Clinton, 29th and Andrade, Parker and Bernard, Closeway and Bloom. There's a school there, charter school. Key and Barrett, Groom and Moyers, Wiswall and Joanne, La Paloma, Appian Way, Solano, Arlington, the entrance of Adams Middle School, Park Central, Hilltop Drive, Park Ridge and Hilltop Drive, Kearney and Stockton, that's El Cerrito, Groom, Altamira, Moyers, Rollingwood, Fordham, Greenwood, Fordham, Kildare Way, Terra Hills, Kavanaugh Road, Terra Hills, Bryan Road, Terra Hills. But all of this is basically our same community. And so the part that's disheartening when I see this body come together, and I appreciate anything that's moving forward, but the disingenuous part is to know, and I hope the community really knows, because I ran for county supervisor on the whole point of traffic safety. That was my biggest one. I've even threatened people at this meeting about it. So they know it. They know how I feel because our children are in danger, because you care more about the homeless than you do our children. Now, that being aside, with this study that Ms. McLaughlin has done, she never came to our count. She never once came to our neighborhood council, never once. Her, Eduardo never brought this. So to say that this is an issue, I don't know if that's true, that it's really that important to them for community feedback as well. Just to let the community know, we have 2 roundabouts in our neighborhood, and the youngsters still perform stunts around them. They take it as a challenge. Annapolis and Moyers and Parker and Moyers. You can come see the circles. And eventually there's going to be conflict because of this. Traffic lights, or what red light traffic.
Thank you. Your time has expired. Our next speaker is Don Gosney. Don, you may begin.
I have several concerns with what I'm seeing in this packet item. While the general text mentions several specific locations that have experienced problems with sideshows or donuts, there is an attached map showing 8 very specific locations and proposed solutions to routine traffic concerns. I will address these specific items in a moment. Another of my concerns is the language in the proposed action by the council. The specific language says direct staff to address interim solutions. It does not direct staff to perform a standard study to determine the need, nor does it direct staff to come back to the council with a cost analysis. It directs staff to address the problems. To most of us not serving on the council, this is a direct order from the council to actually fix the listed problems, regardless of the severity of the problem and the associated cost attached to the solutions. Considering the extreme cost for most of the 8 specific solutions in the annex, I would think that a study would be warranted for each of these items. The listed items included a lighted 4-way intersection at Burlingame and Carlson with crosswalks and pedestrian call buttons. There's a set of stoplights just a block and a half from this proposed set of stoplights. Lighted 4-way intersection at Columbia and Carlson with crosswalks and pedestrian call buttons. There's a set of stoplights 4 blocks north and another set 5 blocks south of those proposed lights. 3-way stop T-junction at Sacramento and San Luis. This is an intersection where the number of cars exiting Sacramento onto San Luis is minimal. Signed 4-way stop at Columbia and San Mateo. This is already a 2-way stop. Signed 4-way stop at Huntington and San Mateo. Perhaps the need is justified. Speed bumps at San Luis at Sutter right before the stop sign to limit speeding on San Luis. This is already a very narrow street where between the narrowness and the parked cars on the east side of the street, it's very difficult for cars to pass each other when coming from opposite directions. Lighted flashing crosswalks over across Carlson to Sutter, and again at Carlson at Shasta. I'm running out of time, but what happened to the lighted crosswalks right in front of Richmond High School that haven't worked for nearly a decade? Do you care about those kids, or do they not count because they're not in your neighborhood?
Thank you. Your time has expired. Our next speaker is Jamin Purcell, and the next group of speakers will be Jennifer McKay, Jim Hansen, Naomi Williams, Madeline Law, Oscar Garcia, Lisa Johnson, and Steve Bischoff. Jamin, you may begin.
Hello, my name is Jamin Purcell, Richmond resident. I would like to thank Councilmember McLaughlin, Councilmember Jimenez, and Vice Mayor Martinez for putting this item forward. There has been a lot of community work trying to go into putting in these, building out a road safety plan and having and trying to deal with the issues we're having at these intersections. I can say at least in my neighborhood, the May Valley area, our roads are really very wide. And actually I can say that Julian and the number of the roads and intersections that he mentioned, it's because these intersections are very wide, is why that even if they have the roundabouts, they are able to do still some donuts. But I think that just means that that is a good start. We need to keep going. This is a great and powerful move in the right direction. And I'm so thankful that you guys are moving forward on this item. And I hope that this is just going to be one piece of a longer build out towards road safety. So I want to thank you again. And as well, I really appreciate that we're looking for engineered solutions to resolve our speeding and sideshow issues. Rather than criminalizing the public, we are trying to actually inform them better practices and better ways through these engineered solutions. So that would be it. Thank you. I relinquish the rest of my time.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Jennifer McKay. Jennifer, you may begin.
Thank you. This is actually Shelley Trask. We live in the same house, so we will speak for each other here. We attended the neighborhood meetings, both in Mira Vista Park and with Claudia in a small group. Really enjoyed meeting with my local council person for the first time and understanding some of the city's issues and hearing first person that there is money set aside for traffic remediation. I absolutely sympathize with the entire city and the various neighborhoods that struggle with different traffic patterns. And so I certainly don't think that only one neighborhood should benefit from these. However, it does take one step at a time to make progress with safety of our community. We have quite a few new neighbors who are having children right now, who are moving into the neighborhood with children for the first time. And they are trying to walk across Key at Barrett and are having a pretty hard time. I myself struggled with catching the bus every morning to work across San Pablo. And I have to carry flashing lights to get across San Pablo because there is no light for me to cross. We have been suffering from sideshows weekly now at Key and Barrett. And the community has come together, and regardless of political affiliation, regardless of how you voted in the last round or the future round, the neighbors care about each other. We care about our safety, the safety of the community, and we're a really amazing neighborhood. And I think we do deserve a second chance at a better potential roundabout at the Key and Barrett intersection. And the whole city does as well. So I will yield my time. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Jim Hansen.
Thank you. Hello, this is Jim Hansen speaking on behalf of East Richmond's Neighborhood Council. And first of all, I wanted to thank the council for passing a budget with $750,000 to start to do interim traffic safety measures throughout the city. And in particular, our neighbors here, and you just heard from Shelley and Jennifer and others, have been petitioning the city and working for some safety measures at Key and Barrett for a long time. And we're really glad that you're responding. And on behalf of the Neighborhood Council at our June meeting, we just wanted to let you know we voted to support our Key and Barrett neighbors in the request for interim traffic safety measures at this intersection. We hope that you will support this measure. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Naomi Williams. Naomi, you may begin.
Good evening. I just want to speak on this item because I was listening to all the council people, what they were saying. And tremendous, Claudia, you hit the nail on the head. You are not here for just your district. You actually pulled in another district with your reporting. And I'm very glad to say that I'm glad you did. Because I was wondering, do you just represent the district you in or the whole city since you're working for the whole city? Okay, that's all I had to say. Thank you. Thank you, Claudia. And I agree with Bates too.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Madeline Law.
Good evening again. I am for the traffic safety program that's being done, but it just never fails to amaze me how we take an old issue that's been on the books for several years and twist it to fit a topic. And we have been, when I say we, residents in Southside have been having to deal with donuts and all of that for many, many years. And it appears to me, if you read the item, this is addressed to the more influential neighborhoods, and it wasn't a big deal, just like crack cocaine was not a big deal until it got to those neighborhoods, and then it became an issue. We have been asking for speed bumps and everything else in our neighborhoods for years. I'm happy that you are going to take an initiative to get some of this done, but please share the wealth. Don't forget about the South and the North. We are part of your neighborhood also. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Oscar Garcia. Oscar, you may begin.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, good evening. My name is Oscar Garcia. I'm born and raised in Richmond and live in the Iron Triangle. I wanted to echo comments made by a few folks related to sort of the fairness of some of these street improvements. As you well know, the Iron Triangle also shares, the concerns of the other neighborhoods that they're the sufficient attention is not being given to sideshow and burning rubber issues. A really good example in the area, I just drove down through the Wellness Trail along Marina Way South, which is in between Santa Fe and Coronado. And it's already been defaced by cars that had been burning rubber. The fresh new green bike trail is now full of black rubber that our children will have to see because we do not have the right policies to ensure that people are not doing sideshows or other things that they shouldn't be doing on our roads. At the end of the day, it's our kids and mainly in the poor neighborhoods that have to deal with this the most. And it's a shame to see that all the resources, at least for now, are going to the wealthier parts of the city. But yet when location of homeless folks is being thought of, only districts 1 and 3 are seen as prime places to house temporarily these homeless folks, and not these areas where all of the monies is being spent for street safety improvements. And that's something that the city really needs to.
Thank you. Your time has expired. Our next speaker is Lisa Johnson. Lisa, you may begin.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. Sadly, what we appear to be seeing tonight is an item where 3 council members are putting the safety and concerns of parts of certain districts ahead of everyone else in the city, despite numerous individuals repeatedly calling in and writing to the council and staff to address safety issues in the flatlands and other areas of Richmond for years. Numerous community members and neighborhood council representatives across Richmond have raised their concerns regarding dangerous roadways and streets, as well as sideshows and donuts to city staff at the RNCC and respective neighborhood council meetings. We all have multiple examples of serious street safety concerns throughout the city. District elections were never meant to be exploited to prioritize and provide public safety to select districts and areas for political purposes in an election year. Yet that's what we're seeing tonight. We're seeing representatives in District 6, 4, and 5, where they live and represent, being put on the agenda list of who should be prioritized. We need fair and equitable representation when it comes to ensuring everyone's public safety and utilizing any monies towards street safety. Right now, we are seeing a plan that is devoid of citywide strategy, logic, financing, and equity. The plan is perceived to be politicized to serve their districts, and even then so, it does it poorly. You simply can't install mitigation measures in certain intersections that you've handpicked based on limited input with zero plan to address how donuts and sideshows will just move to the next intersection or the next neighborhood. You can't say you are for equity in policy when you vote to install disparate street sweeping signs throughout the city and then cherry pick who you prioritize for public safety measures and say you are for equity. Councilmember Willis, why isn't District 1 in the Flatlands represented in this proposal tonight? We need your help and we need equity. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Steve Bischoff, and the following speakers will be after Amanda Jenkins, Benjamin Terrio, and Eli Moore. Steve, you may begin.
Yes, Mayor, City Council. I think, I'm glad to see some initiative toward spending some of the money that we might be able to apply toward these things. But I really am concerned about a couple things, one of which, as many speakers have already said, is that there really hasn't been any kind of process to look at what neighborhoods generally might, or other neighborhoods might think about this. And I think that's important. I think there's another factor I'm not hearing here either, which is, we are trying to get more money for this whole subject, which is incredibly expensive to do the stuff that's being talked about as a whole plan. And in using small amount of money, one thing I'm hoping is that this would be done in consultation with Public Works to look at what might be the most likely next money we might be getting, how this might fit with it, and that whole sort of thing. I mean, I think, it's nice to have an idea of using $750,000, but if it's just sort of picked out like this has been, and it isn't really put in any kind of context, I think that is a serious mistake. So I hope you won't do it. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Amanda Jenkins. Amanda, you may begin. Please unmute yourself.
Can you hear me? Sorry.
Yes.
Okay, as far as the traffic safety and sideshows go, I believe roundabouts will help in the hotspots. However, unless the residents in Richmond participate and assist in the process, then this problem will never go away. RPD cannot simply be everywhere at one time. Even when we had a more adequate amount of officers on duty at any given time, residents should be encouraged to record the cars doing donuts in their neighborhoods, as well as the city should use cameras that record in those hotspots or maybe drones, so that these sideshow participants can be caught and prosecuted just like the illegal dumpers. Once you start prosecuting a few of these people, they will start to get the message and go, and you will see the problem die down. These need to be strict consequences, not slaps on the wrist. They need to know that the city of Richmond is a no tolerance city when it comes to these issues. I have to say myself, I have witnessed 2 different sideshows that had about 200 to 300 participants involved, and RPD came to break it up. However, all they did was make sure those cars got on the freeway and left the area. They did nothing to stop anyone, give anyone a ticket, get plate numbers, so that they could prosecute these people. They just simply, forced them to get on the freeway and let them go. That's crazy. I couldn't believe it. There was about at least 15 police officers, and they could have, where we're at on Ryden Road, they could have blocked them in and had them all if they really wanted to get them all, but they didn't even try. They just shoot them onto the freeway, get them out of here, and oh, well, it's over. They need to do something better than that. Thank you. I yield my time.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Benjamin Terrio.
Ben Terrio, President of the Richmond Police Officers Association. To the previous caller from Ryden Road, I apologize. It's unfortunate. I probably was out there myself during that time, but quite often what happens is your cops take rocks and bottles, fireworks, lasers, the like, all happens. And you have a city council that does not want us to take any enforcement action. It's just really not in the plan. They don't talk about it, even though Public Works recommends it. It's all inclusive. It's part of everything that we should be doing, which includes this capital improvement project as well, which is, look, anything that does any type of mitigation for traffic safety is a good thing, including this. It obviously needs to be done in a fair and equitable manner throughout the city, because I can guarantee your police officers see this as an issue throughout the entire city. But again, we need to have a zero tolerance for this type of behavior. Insist on cameras in the city so that we can prosecute and handle these people who are, quite frankly, ruining our society, our Richmond society and its livelihood. Many, if not most, who are not from this city. A lot of them come from the Central Valley. They come from cities that are outside of the Bay Area. And then they come in here and they just tear it up and they move on to the next place. And they cause a lot of problems for people, and it causes a lot of anxiety for folks. So it's a combination. It's both. And we need to have both as a plan. It's not just bots, dots, and, safety improvements. We need that, obviously. But it's enforcement as well, and that has to be part of the plan. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Eli Moore. Eli, you may begin.
Good evening, all. I think that the last proposal is what you can call squeezing the balloon. I think that there's, a whole history of strategies that were just about enforcement only, and lock people up and pretend like the problem's solved. And I think Richmond is it's been so underinvested in, so underserved for so long, for so many people. Crap jobs, no services, dangerous streets. And it started to get a lot better. And now there's actually money to do some of the things that people have been calling for a long time. And now we have a local government that's actually responding to those needs. And some people are trying to turn this into crabs in a barrel, like, oh, we got to fight with each other because somebody's getting something. Somebody's getting their needs served. And we can't fall for that. We really, every neighborhood needs to be served. Every block where it's not safe needs to have solutions. The residents need to be supported. The city needs to be responding and investing. Let's all just agree to that. And then let's figure out, like, where are those areas? How much is needed in each area? And how do we get it done as fast as possible? So that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. And that was our last public speaker.
Okay. I'll let Councilmember Willis go ahead.
Oh yeah, I just wanted to respond to some of the public comment. One of the comments is I wasn't one of the council members a part of this proposal, so I couldn't really give any input on what areas should get hit. Though, yeah, downtown Richmond definitely needs to be hit because I know that's a hotspot area where donuts are happening, especially speeding. Work in that area, walk through it, so I definitely see it. All that's to say is that what we have in front of us right now is only going to be really doing a little bit. It's a small piece of the puzzle. However, like Southside, downtown Richmond, if you want to give Trina Jackson a call in our city council administration office, set up a meeting with me or any other council member that you're more comfortable with so we can identify those hot spots and make a very intentional effort of working with staff directly to start coming up with some of those solutions. As on the little issues that I do hear about, I will bring it up to staff first, but there's a lot of complicated minutia, red tape that we need to get past, but it doesn't mean the solution isn't out there. We just need to start somewhere. So I'm definitely willing to meet for the other hotspot areas so we can talk about it and start coming up with comprehensive strategies to move this forward. I know it's going to take time, but I'm willing to do it. So yeah, those are just my comments for now. Thank you, Mayor.
So before I go back to council members who've already asked questions and spoken, I had a few questions. I'll start with Director Leach. So on June 7th, the Public Works Department made a presentation of a traffic safety plan, and the purpose of it was for review and comment. It was not an action item. So, and that's done. So what were the next steps that you contemplated after that happened? Aside from what we're talking about tonight, where do you plan on going with that, and what's the schedule?
Thank you, Mayor. So the schedule for the local roadway safety plan was what you're referencing that we talked about on June 7th. We will be bringing that back to council on July 26th, the last meeting of this month. I just want to confirm my date. Yes, the 26th, actually for adoption of a resolution. And what that plan does is it sets us up for federal funding related to, I believe there's 3 key projects associated with that plan that were highlighted in the presentation. So I also think it's important to understand that the local roadway safety plan is a study that's based upon fatalities and severe injuries at locations throughout the city. And so that's what's driving that particular study and funding associated with it.
Okay, thank you.
Certainly.
And so for the 3 council members who sponsored this item, I have a question for you. Any one of you can answer it. So why are you proposing interim solutions instead of the solutions that are proposed in the study?
I think like interim solution because we wanted to make sure that happened quickly, and I think like one of the things that we were talking about is addressing some of the intersections that the community had been concerned about, that are no part, is not like part of what the public road safety plan is going to be focused. The local safety plan has 4 projects. One is on 23rd from Grand to Maricopa, 23rd and 22nd couple, and the third is Barre from Harbor to 24th, and the fourth is cutting from Hoffman to Carson. And we wanted to make sure, like, it's not a lot of money. So we realized that it's like not a lot of money to do all of these things. So we want to make sure that we can have some short-term solutions that can address quickly some of the issues that are moving forward. For instance, Barry and Keith, to have some interim solution and have some seeking for other resources to do the roundabout and the whole bike plan that it was presented to the Contra Costa Transportation Authority.
So are you talking about adding locations to those locations that were shown in the plan?
No, we are talking about, so we mentioned these locations.
The one on Carlson that seems to be such a big issue for everybody, was that intersection shown on the plan for improvement?
Which one?
Carlson. Joe, would you answer that?
I don't, Councilmember, I don't know off the top of my head, but I don't believe so. I don't know that it has a history of fatalities or severe injuries.
So the purpose of reviewing that plan on June 7th was for review and comment. Why didn't you bring it up at that point?
I actually did. And I believe Councilmember Jimenez brought up something about the sideshows, but let me just add on to what Councilmember Jimenez said to your question, Mayor Butt, in that as Director Leach stated, and I'm very glad to hear the local safety plan coming on July 26th, but then there's funding that has to be sought, and we know how long that takes. You have to fill out the application, you have to wait until the determination is made, and then you have to wait until the allocation of funding happens. So we wanted something in the interim, and these were and it's, staff will come up with a strategy for which areas, but I can tell you that there has been constant on Carlson Avenue, constant for years, expressions about this, and particularly the area by the preschool. And we're talking about, like lights on a crosswalk. We're talking about interim solutions.
Well, okay. So what is an interim solution?
This is something that has come up with in the Zoom. Like I said, we had a Zoom meeting with about 40 plus parents, and they were all saying we need something as soon as possible or somebody's going to get killed, because they run across and there's close calls. So I did bring it up. Joe was at that meeting, as well as our consultant from the local road safety plan, and they listened and they took that suggestions of different ideas, and then nothing is happening. And the parents come back to me, let's hold another Zoom meeting. We're holding Zoom meetings on our own. So I said, after talking to Councilmember Jimenez, we decided to move this forward to get something going, but we do need to look at it in a citywide way to make sure that all the hot spots that are really the most dangerous areas move forward. And interim was the best we could do for an immediate thing, because
so look, you got $750,000 into the budget, so there's money there. It's not like we got to wait for funding. So we have $750,000 in the budget. So what I'm seeing is that you want to do two things. For one thing, you want to add an intersection that was not in the study, and the second thing is you want to do an interim solution. I still don't understand what an interim solution is. Can you describe it physically? What is it?
There's such things as okay, Joe, our Public Works Director.
Joe, can you answer that?
Yeah, sure, Mayor. So specific to the Carlson-Tehama intersection, one of the items that was brought up by our consultant was a rapid flashing beacon that can be installed that drivers can see, that peds and cyclists can push, that you've seen them at various intersections, both in Richmond and adjacent communities. So that's a short-term interim solution.
What's a long-term solution?
Could be something in the neighborhood of a road diet on Carlson, where we reduce from the 4 lanes and turn median to something less to help slow traffic.
But the so-called interim solution you're suggesting was something that was in the consultant's overall list of potential mitigations, right?
So yeah, I just want to clarify that's not part of the local roadway safety plan. That's a separate collaborative study that they are doing for that neighborhood specifically, similar to the May Santa Rita intersection.
So attached to this agenda item was a graphic titled Richmond Annex Traffic Calming Plan. Where did that come from?
From a resident.
What?
That came from one of the parents who's.
So that's not a part of the study.
No, that was I think I mentioned right in the agenda report that that some residents shared ideas and some interim solutions. And so I didn't need to include that, but I thought, hey, this resident went through it. Staff already had it, but I thought, hey, let me add it, to remind staff if some of those solutions seem to be.
Are you suggesting that all of these should be a priority and they should be done?
No.
One is interim solution.
I said they were some ideas.
Well, which ones do you? There are eight of them on here. Which ones do you?
I can tell you that
interim solution. Well,
staff is definitely on this. And do you want to say more, Joe?
Certainly, Councilmember and Mayor. So the approach that we're taking is we have Farron Pierce as our on-call traffic and transportation consultant. And as these larger area issues come up, the Carlson-Tehama and adjacent surrounding neighborhood, May Santa Rita Road, that's another example. We're giving them those assignments to coordinate and collaborate with neighborhood councils, public engagement, gather information, and then make a presentation with some alternatives and options. And so that's how we're approaching each one of these larger kind of neighborhood and community types of issues. And I would suggest that we continue to go throughout various communities within Richmond and do a similar model. Ultimately, I would recommend that we need a streets master plan that incorporates long-term, mid and long-term solutions to all of these issues. And then we can use that plan as a source of funding. But I understand the nature of interim short-term solutions to deal with, the immediate hazards that the community is seeing.
Well, the city council appropriated $750,000. So what were you going to do with that money?
Well, that's going to go towards the various solutions that were coming up that have been discussed previously. Again, May, Santa Rita, Tehama, Carlson. I think there's a couple more intersections that have been part of community discussions.
I guess what I'm trying to get to is with the appropriation that's already been made, why do you need additional direction from the city council to go spend it?
I don't know that I do. I mean, assuming we've got $750,000, we can easily spend $750,000.
Well, I think for us it's also that we have been hearing from community and we want to be proactive, right? And sometimes, and I don't understand this question because sometimes you are the ones who criticize the staff for not doing some actions. So here we are being responsible and responsive to the community needs. And then it's a big questioning about why we are doing that. So I think like what this item is to be proactive, to say we as city council got these 750,000 K. We have been hearing from these communities. We know that it's not like we are going to impose things that are not part of a previous plan. And we want to also give, and it's not just that we are saying, oh, just do these 3 and not do more. It's about also conveying to the staff that this is a priority for the council, because we want to deliver to our communities, and we want to make sure that you have this direction, so you know that this is a priority, that is going to not only look at this intersection, but others ones, and that it looks at equity principles and prioritize areas that the local road safety plan has identified. But we want to be proactive and responsive to our community.
So what I don't understand, again, you appropriated the money. We've already got a study that talks about all kinds of safety improvements, and so you don't think the public works director would be sufficiently proactive in spending the money? So you got to give him you got to put an agenda item on to direct him to be proactive.
We want to make sure that staff knows that this is a priority, because our community has been saying it, and we want to name some of the areas that we have been talking to people, and it's not only then. And there is a plan, yes, but the plan is calling for long-term also solutions. So we want to make sure that the short-term solutions are applied in a timely manner.
Okay, so the last question I have is in the traffic safety plan that was presented June 7th, in which we had a chance to review and comment on. I went through and read the plan, and one of the things I noted is that the plan calls for robust traffic enforcement, and as a matter of fact, a lot of the issues in there that result in death or injuries there's charts that show it. They're things that involve DUIs, running red lights, failure to yield at intersections, things like that, most of which cannot be addressed by physical improvements. I mean, you can't expect, say, a traffic circle to stop somebody from driving while drunk. So I was wondering why you didn't include enhanced traffic enforcement as an interim solution to take care of speeders, to take care of people running red lights, to take care of DUIs, to take care of sideshows. Why was there absolutely no mention of law enforcement in the interim solutions at all?
Well, this is what the community has been asking about. The solutions that we are posting there is because the community has been talking about is street safety as part of the infrastructure. So and I think the DUIs, yes, the police need to be doing the checkpoints that's happening, right? So I think it's more about the infrastructure solutions that the community has been talking about, so that we can have other issues resolved, like the donuts. And as is true, the police cannot chase after a car that is donuts. So it's not like we are going to have resolved this problem just by just doing one or doing the other. But I think right now what we are going to focus is on the infrastructure solutions and engineering solutions that the community has been asking us and had been meeting that and saying that these could resolve some of the safety issues that they are facing in the street.
You're telling me that in all your interaction with the community, they had no interest in law enforcement and enforcement of laws.
Don't twist my things. I am just saying that for some of the problems that they had been addressing here,
did they or didn't they?
But okay,
did they or did they not have an interest in law enforcement?
I am not saying that, and you start putting words on my mouth that I haven't said.
Okay.
But the community, what we are coming, can I speak and stop interrupting me? Can I finish my sentence, please? Sure. What we are putting there is some of the solutions that the community has been discussing that will be addressing some of the concerns that they have. Thank you.
Okay, you said they discussed it, but did they discuss law enforcement at all?
No, they haven't. In the meetings that I have been, no. Probably in other meetings they could, but in the meetings, so it's no, and I am just saying that it's not one solution or another, but in this moment, with this money, we are putting efforts in the infrastructure solutions. And you can criticize that, and you can criticize that we are being proactive because it doesn't go with your agenda, it's fine. And I will stop that because it doesn't matter what I said, and you are going to criticize us. And tomorrow you are going to write an e-photo criticizing the actions that we as City Council are making to be responsive to our community. Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to go to Councilmember Bates and then Martinez.
A couple of questions. I thought the audience were very articulate in pointing out a few areas that I have questions about. And also the president of the Police Officers Association. By what authority have been given to the police not to confiscate vehicles, ticket them, or whatever? And maybe the chief need to answer that, because that is a violation of the law. And if you got 15 or 20 of them and you have enough officers, as being indicated, each one of those should have been confiscated and ticketed or towed or whatever. So is the police chief available to respond to that? Can anyone respond to it?
Well, Councilmember Bates, if you don't remember passing such a thing, we haven't done it.
Well, you're not staff, so I can't.
No, but I am knowledgeable enough to know that staff takes direction from us, and if we did not direct staff to do that, then they don't have direction to do that.
I don't have an idea of what you directed. You can do a lot of things behind the door, but I'm asking: is there a police officer, the chief, or someone present that can respond?
I don't think we do anything behind the door, do we?
Excuse me, Mayor Butt. We do have Chief Tyrona who has raised his hand to speak.
Yeah. Good evening, Council and Mayor. This is Louis Tyrona, the Acting Chief of Police. I do want to answer Councilmember Bates' question. When it comes to enforcement at these sideshow activities, our primary goal is to direct those participants in sideshows out of our city with a focus on ensuring the safety of our community. When it comes to taking individual action against specific participants in these sideshows, it becomes a much greater challenge because there are officer safety concerns. There are obviously concerns when it comes to uses of force, when it comes to the severity of the crimes. That doesn't mean we don't take action, because in many cases we have been able to cite and then later impound vehicles involved in these sideshow activities. However, those are very labor intensive because it requires an officer to locate the vehicle many times in a city that's not in Richmond. Many times we have to go into the Central Valley, into Stockton, to impound these vehicles. And we're willing to do so. However, that does come at the cost of staff time. And the reality is that with 4 traffic officers and a traffic sergeant, it becomes challenging to meet those needs.
Yeah, but Chief, you know as well as I do that a reputation of a community dictates how often these characters come back. If they can come into Richmond and nothing occurs, they're going to continue. But the word spreads very rapidly among these idiots. And when there's a city that, hey, you drive in Richmond, they're going to confiscate your car. And therefore, a lot of them won't do it. And I don't understand why we cannot confiscate a car. You can put a person on arrest. You can take his keys. You can't move the car without the keys. You can put another one on arrest, take his keys down the line, and at a given period of time, you tow them, and you cite them, and now we've got a problem of enforcing the law as it should be, and the word's going to spread. They're not going to come back.
Yes, Councilmember Bates, I do agree with you that the reputation of any location is a deterrent when it comes to these activities. Now, I'm also going to say that the risk associated with dealing with these individuals specifically is one that has to be balanced with the severity of the crime. And I, for one, am not willing to put the officers at certain unnecessary risk until I know that there is very clear direction from city leadership.
From the city council?
Yes, sir.
Well, I'll put it on the agenda on the next meeting, and we'll vote it up and down. And like I said, you got 15 cars spinning around. It's like fishing. You're not going to catch them all. You catch 3 or 4, the word will spread. I'm telling you. And you catch a 3 or 4 on the next round, the word will spread. So I'll put it on the agenda next week for the council, and we'll let the council vote it up and down to enforce the law as applied by the vehicle code. Thank you.
Okay, Vice Mayor Martinez.
Yes, Chief Torona, I want to thank you for the restraint that you use in upholding the law. But I'm a little confused by what you said to Councilmember Bates. Can you repeat that again?
I'm sorry, the entire thing?
No, just whatever it was that the Councilmember Bates is saying he's going to put on the agenda. What was it that you said that compelled him to say that?
Well, what I said is I do not wish to place officers at unnecessary risk when we balance the risk to the officers and to the public, as well as to the severity of the crime. What we need is, and I highly applaud what the council is doing when it comes to looking at different methods of calming traffic issues and dissuading these things. But I do have to admit that the law enforcement side is a part of the solution. And I, for one, would like clear direction about how the council would like the Richmond Police Department to deal with these situations.
So you're telling me that you're unclear about how to enforce reckless driving?
No, what I'm saying is for the last 2 years, we've had a very robust discussion about the involvement of police in various societal issues. And that is still something that we're having to work through.
And what sort of direction has muddled your understanding of what you should be doing?
In one of the previous presentations that we made to council regarding sideshows, I asked for additional equipment that would help in combating many of these sideshow activities. The direction from council, and of course I respect the decision of the council, is to look at other methods of dealing with these problems. That was the message that I received and the direction that we are moving forward with.
Okay, and so what I'm hearing from you is that you haven't figured out what that is.
Well, I don't know if that's completely fair.
My apologies. I'm just trying to understand.
Yeah, and I appreciate that. Again, I'm looking at the direction of the council and obviously supporting Public Works in implementing these traffic calming measures. But the reality is that, as I said, we are trying to balance the severity of the crime with what is expected out of the police department.
Right. Okay. So, well, I want to address the mayor's concern about why this is an item that we brought forth. And basically, what we're simply doing is giving our community a voice. This is something that they've said to us over and over, and we're responding. And this is the way we're responding. So I hope that no one has any objections to the fact that council members listen to their constituents. Thank you.
Okay, well, look, let's be clear. The police chief didn't want to, get into it, but it's absolutely clear that the majority of this city council has made it clear that they do not want to see anybody arrested for participating in a slideshow. We've gone through that over and over again. So
no, I think
put him on the spot. That's the direction that you guys have given him. Go ahead, Councilmember Willis. You're next.
I wanted to make a motion that we call the question.
Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Okay, let's take a vote.
I want to make a substitute motion, Mr. Mayor.
All right.
My substitute motion is to direct the staff to evaluate and come back with a recommendation as to locations and etc. and a type of security or whatever for this council to approve. I'm not comfortable with council members dictating to staff where these particular protection or defensive mechanism or whatever should be. This should be a full council discussion. And the reason I say that is we're getting back into that whole philosophy of district versus non-district elections. We were forced into that legally. And I mentioned at the time, it's going to create district against district. I feel as though anyone who is elected to public office in the city of Richmond has a responsibility, whether they're in one district or not, for the totality of the city. And I don't appreciate certain districts getting special consideration at the expense of other districts are not being given the same consideration. So that's my substitute motion.
Councilmember Bates, could that be if Councilmember Willis accepts it, a friendly amendment before to have that strategy come back with a list of the hot spots that staff determines before?
Wait a minute, this is Bates' motion.
I know, but I was just asking because it seems in line.
Well, I'm not sure.
Well, he needs if you support it, second it. Is there a second for Bates' motion?
Second.
Okay, well, a second from Johnson. Okay, so we'll vote on the substitute motion, and then we'll go back.
The point is a substitute motion is inclusive of everything, including that special attention.
Okay.
So, all right, thank you.
All right, let's call the roll, Madam Clerk.
Councilmember Bates?
Yes.
Would you please restate the motion? So
yeah, because because the last part that Councilmember Bates said, that is the part is that it will include everything that we are putting out.
The motion is
just read the motion back.
So the motion is to approve the item and also to direct staff to come back with the recommendation on locations for council to consider. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's good.
Are you guys ready? Councilmember Bates?
Yes.
Councilmember Jimenez?
Yes.
Councilmember Johnson?
Yes.
Councilmember McLaughlin?
Yes.
Councilmember Willis? Councilmember Willis, your vote?
You're muted.
You're muted.
Willis.
Yes, I have internet connectivity issues. Sorry for the delay.
Are you voting yes?
He said yes. But I don't know if you want to make sure you hear him, City Clerk.
I would like to make sure that I hear.
Okay.
Councilmember Willis?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Vice Mayor Martinez?
Yes.
And Mayor Butt?
And I'm going to vote no because I think this whole exercise is unnecessary. The council appropriated $750,000 for traffic improvements. The Public Works Director told us that he's prepared to spend that money and to find the best places to put the money. And I think at the end of the day, this is just an exercise in pandering to the districts of specific council members. So I'm all for spending the money. I'm all for doing as many.
So why don't you vote yes instead of just trying to attack us?
But I'm going to vote against it.
Okay, the motion passes with Mayor Butt voting no.
Okay, the next item then would be P1, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Item P1. Item P1 is to adopt a resolution establishing the fiscal year 2022-23 residential rental housing fee in the amount of $226 per controlled rental unit and $127 per partially covered rental unit.
Okay, do we have a staff report?
Yes, if the KCR TV team could pull up our presentation, that would be appreciated. Thank you. Okay. Good evening, Mayor Butt and members of the City Council. My name is Nicholas Traylor, and I'm the Executive Director of the Richmond Rent Program. The item before you this evening is the adoption of the rental housing fee for the upcoming fiscal year. Next slide, please. First, a refresher on the purpose of the item before you this evening. The rent program budget is funded by the residential rental housing fee, which is approved by the City Council following a recommendation from the Rent Board. The fiscal year 2022-23 rent program budget was adopted by the Rent Board on May 31st, 2022. At their meeting on May 31st, 2022, the Rent Board recommended to the City Council adoption of the fiscal year 2022-23 rental housing fees in the amount of $226 for fully covered units and $127 for partially covered units. Council approval is required to establish the fiscal year 2022-23 rental housing fees in the city's master fee schedule. Next slide, please. The rental housing fee funds the rent program's budget. The mission of the rent program is to promote neighborhood and community stability, healthy housing, and affordability for Richmond tenants through the regulating of those landlord-tenant matters that reasonably relate to rents and evictions while maintaining a landlord's right to a fair return. Next slide, please. The rent ordinance and rent program are at their core about fostering a more stable community by regulating rents and evictions. When we talk about renters in Richmond, it's important to remember that renters make up half of Richmond's population. Community stability is achieved when people are not displaced due to market conditions or veiled discrimination. So in this sense, we can link community stability to housing stability. The rent ordinance also stands for a community that is sheltered from destabilizing rent increases. It also stands for a community free from unwarranted and discriminatory evictions. It stands for a community of landlords and tenants who have the knowledge and are empowered to resolve problems without having to take legal action against each other. And finally, the rent ordinance stands for a more equal playing field when it comes to access to eviction defense and legal services. During the COVID-19 pandemic, the rent program has educated and counseled thousands of tenants and landlords, empowering both to assert their rights and resolve conflicts by getting both sides on the same page regarding the law. Next slide, please. During the COVID-19 crisis, the rent program has taken a very active role in counseling the community on local and state laws prohibiting certain types of evictions and rent increases. During the current fiscal year, we've provided over 4,200 counseling sessions, more than 10% of which have been conducted in Spanish. We've stepped up our outreach efforts through the creation and maintenance of a very comprehensive fact sheet and answers to questions, or frequently asked questions, for the community. Now, we did transition from providing in-person community workshops to hosting them on Zoom and saving them on our website. We've also created a frequently asked questions podcast on the pandemic-related laws impacting landlords and tenants. We've ramped up outreach on social media, reaching over thousands of Facebook users through our weekly posts on important topics, such as the community resources that are available, eviction protections, and how to be in compliance with the program's requirements. And lastly, we've worked hard to educate the community about local and state eviction and rent increase moratoriums through partnering with the city attorney's office and sending letters to landlords who appear to have violated these laws. The rent program has also played a very active role in spearheading the creation of Richmond's rent assistance program and counseling the community to inform them about the state's emergency rent assistance program. Adequately funding the program is paramount to our continued success and service to the community. Next slide, please. Now, this slide contains a summary of funds expended and collected during the program since the program's beginnings. As you can see, compliance has increased substantially each year since the inception of the program. And we've presented this slide to the council each year. And I want to draw your attention to the last row of the table, which shows funds expended and revenue collected for the current fiscal year. As you can glean from the table, the rent program is anticipated to expend approximately $2.1 million through the end of this fiscal year and collect approximately $2.3 million in revenue, allowing the program to contribute approximately $25,000 to its reserves. Collection efforts for all assessed fees are ongoing, and in 2019, the Rent Board entered into a contract with a collection agency service to recover unpaid fees. To this point, over $50,000 has been recovered through collection services. The projected rental housing fee collection rate for the 2022-23 fiscal year is over 80%. The decrease is in the collection rate is primarily, or the anticipated collection rate is primarily attributable to the challenges posed by the COVID-19 pandemic. Not only have many property owners experienced financial hardship as a result of effects of the pandemic, but the rent program, and it's also impacted the rent program and the city's ability to collect revenue. Next slide, please. The fees recommended by the Rent Board are $226 for fully covered units and $127 for partially covered units, an $8 and $4 increase in the fee from the prior year. The proposed fees will allow us to recover our expenses in the upcoming fiscal year ending the year with a modest reserve. Next slide, please. The amount of the rental housing fee applicable to a particular rental unit depends on its status. And this slide identifies the types of units within each of these categories in the proposed fee. Units that are fully covered, which include multi-unit properties built before February 1st of 1995, would have a fee of $226. Partially covered rental units, such as governmentally subsidized units, properties with one dwelling unit on a parcel, commonly known as single-family dwellings, condominiums, and new construction would be subject to the $127 fee. Units that are fully exempt from the rent ordinance are not responsible for payment of the rental housing fee. Next slide, please. Now, this table compares the proposed fee to the previous year's fees. And again, as I mentioned, the recommended fee for the fiscal year 2022-23 is $8 more for fully covered units and $4 for partially covered units. Next slide, please. So the recommended action for the council to take this evening is to adopt a resolution establishing the fiscal year 2022-23 rental housing fee in the amount of $226 for fully controlled rental units and $127 for partially covered rental units. Myself and Deputy Director Fred Tran are available to answer any questions from the council at this time.
Are there questions from council members? Councilmember Bates, go ahead.
You indicated that your department counseled 4,200 people in one quarter. And my figures indicate that that represents 70 people a day. You had enough staff to do all of that?
We worked very hard to keep up with the demand. During the pandemic, we, like many other agencies, not only in the city of Richmond, but throughout the state and country, saw a great turnover of staff. They call, I guess, the Great Resignation or whatever it was called. So we did actually lose several key staff during the pandemic. And as a result, the existing staff had to work even harder to continue to keep up with demand.
How many staff you have that's counseling?
We have 2 full-time counselors and another supervising counselor. So 3, plus we have, during emergencies when we have a staff person who maybe needs to go on vacation and what have you, we have other staff that can back up as well.
It's just seemed to be hard that with the pandemic that you'd have 3 people doing about 20 people a day counseling. It seemed to be enormous, but if that's your figures, you stand by it. That's the way it is.
Actually, to clarify, Mayor Butt and members of the City Council, I'm Fred Tran, the Deputy Director of the Rent Program. That 4,200 figure is actually more of 3 quarters worth. We did the count till up to mid Q3. That was the cutoff to where we could start publishing our fee study. So it's more closer to 3 quarters worth as opposed to 1 quarter's worth.
You done, Councilmember Bates?
Yeah.
Okay, so I had some questions. I'm mainly concerned about one entity, and that's AMG and Associates. By my computation, they have developed more affordable housing units in Richmond than any other developer in the last 5, 6, 7 years. Would you agree with that?
I'm not aware of how many units they've actually developed, but I do know that they have developed many units. Especially recently, I know that they developed the terraces in downtown Richmond, over 200 units.
Well, you wouldn't dispute it, right?
I know that they've developed many units.
So what they're concerned about, you know, their units are their rents are because they're subsidized. Their rents are controlled by other state and federal agencies, as well as their relationships with tenants. And they have argued that that there's no need to hit them up with this fee because they're regulated by other entities. And they point out that that virtually every other jurisdiction that has rent control and just cause has either exemptions or deep reductions for fees for qualifying affordable units. And they list East Palo Alto, Santa Monica, Los Angeles, West Hollywood, Alameda, Berkeley, and San Francisco. Do you have any issue with that? Do you dispute that?
So different jurisdictions have different ordinances, and some ordinances specifically call out a full exemption from the provisions of that ordinance. The Richmond Rent Ordinance empowers the rent board to exempt or not exempt in various manners properties that are not otherwise prohibited from being controlled by law. Now, the rent board back in 2018, or excuse me, was it 2018 or 19, voted to exempt affordable housing and governmentally subsidized units from the rent control provisions of the rent ordinance, exactly for the reason you stated. However, the board made a policy decision to cover or to have those units be subject to the just cause for eviction sections of the ordinance as they are empowered to do under the rent ordinance. And while some of those agencies may have their own built-in eviction protections, those protections are not as strong as the protections provided by the Richmond Rent Ordinance. So,
but you agree that it's discretionary.
The board has the ability to exempt or not exempt. Now the board, I don't believe they have necessarily discretion to exempt them from the just cause for eviction sections. They do have the ability to exempt them from the rent control provisions, which they did. You mentioned the fact that
I'm talking about the fees.
Well, the fees
they have discretion to charge the fees or reduce them, right?
Well, if they were to, they can charge fees based on their policy goals. However, if affordable housing units or governmentally subsidized units were fully exempted from the whole rent ordinance, in other words, if they paid no fee at all, that would mean that owners of single family or rental property owners of single family homes, condominiums, and new construction would have to subsidize those units. So the fees for those types of rental property owners would be much higher. So that is the board made the decision that they made. The Mr. I believe his name is Gavorkian from AMG Associates has come before the rent board on several occasions to argue that he should not have to pay the fee. The board has rejected his his arguments and his requests, and for many policy reasons that I just mentioned, and it also, he's coming to the rent board as one individual landlord asking for his property to be exempted. And the rent board doesn't make policy decisions based on one landlord's desire to pay or to not pay the fee. They have to charge fees based on what is required by the law, and also what is in the best interest of the whole of the Richmond landlord community.
Okay, I get all that, but I would argue that he's not just one landlord. He's the most productive landlord of affordable housing we have in the city of Richmond. And would you agree that it's in the city's interest to provide as much housing, including affordable housing, as we can?
So I would agree with that statement. I'm not sure what your point is exactly, but yes, of course, it's
the next question I have. Would you agree that since Just Cause rent control and Just Cause was adopted in Richmond several years ago, that the actual number of units has decreased?
That is something I'm happy to discuss with you, either privately or in a public forum.
Well, it either has or hasn't. I read your annual reports, and every one of them has said that the supply of rental housing has decreased. So I'm just asking if you agree with what was in your...
Like most issues, they're not usually black and white. They're nuanced, and they have. And so in this particular case,
there's X number of units, and they've either gone up or gone down. So,
well, there's reasons for that, and those reasons can be explained and debated.
I'm just asking you if you agree with me, and I didn't ask you to be evasive. So that's all my questions. Councilor McLaughlin, you have something?
I just wanted to state, and I know our rent program staff director mentioned this, but I want to reiterate it and confirm that is my understanding of the ordinance as well, that all the rental units in the city are covered by Just Cause for eviction. So they pay the lesser fee, all the single families, those that, all the buildings that are built after 1995. So they don't have to pay the larger fee because they're not rent controlled. There's only a certain number of buildings, of units that are rent controlled. But when this ordinance was developed, the thought was, and I heard Nicholas say this, that they did not think that those of us, and I was part of those who were looking at the ordinance before it was put out to the voters, was that, we needed stronger eviction prevention. And so that is why the city included all units in the Just Cause for eviction rather than exempting some. But I don't know about the exemption that the board did on, I guess it was rent control. I don't know how that works, but I do know that Just Cause for eviction is something that all landlords have to pay.
Okay, other questions from council members? I did have one other one for the city attorney. Alex Gavorgian from AMD told me that he was continuing to meet with you, or I don't know if it's you personally, but meet with the city attorney's office to discuss this item. Is this something that you consider to be still under discussion, or is it finished business?
I've had, I'm on. I've had several conversations with him. He's made several different arguments as to why he thinks there should be an exemption. I might add that I think he argues that others that are in his class he thinks should also be exempt. It's not just an exemption for him because he's the largest. He has some arguments, and he's arguing that others that would fall in that category should also be exempt. I've told him that the ordinance was adopted by the voters, and so making these sorts of changes would be something that he'd have to take to a vote. I would say that my last conversation, I told him that if he had other documentation that he wanted me to consider, I would look at it. So what he had submitted to me to that point in time was not convincing to me, but I did tell him he could submit other information, and to which that was last week, and he hasn't responded yet.
Okay, thank you.
Mayor Budd, if I may, the opportunity in Richmond is that we have 27 affordable housing developments at this juncture citywide that I believe account for 3,560 units, of which AMG and Pacific West Builders are one of the developers within that pipeline.
So I think the point you're making is he's maybe one of 27, and there are others that are have as many units as he does.
Well, okay. If you want to penalize our affordable housing developers, then let's go ahead and do it. Okay, are there public speakers?
Yes.
Yeah, Mayor, that wasn't our intention. I just wanted to note that all of the housing developers are paying the fee, including the housing authority.
Okay, let's call the public speakers.
We currently have 2 speakers, Ilona Clark and Mark Wasberg. Ilona, you may begin.
There we go. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. So concerning what we were just discussing, there was not just one housing provider who advocated for affordable housing to be exempt. I advocated for affordable housing to be exempt several times, and most strenuously when the rent program decided to raise the affordable housing fee in 1 year from $50 a year per unit to $112 per year per unit, just on the affordable housing. Everybody got raises. They got the biggest that year. It was ridiculous. And that was on it. Now, this does not have to go back to a vote. The rent program can and should exempt affordable housing. They already have many, many layers of bureaucracy to deal with. They already have city organizations that the renters and the housing providers can go to for assistance. The rent program covering affordable housing is redundant and it's destructive. People need affordable housing. We shouldn't be discouraging it. And I don't have any skin in that game. I don't provide affordable housing. I provide market rate housing. I do hope that my 2 units will continue to be covered after this very short exemption that the City Council has passed regarding the rent program fee and the business tax is done in 2022, because that seems like a mess. And I heard City Council instruct staff to exempt small housing providers. And as far as I can tell, staff didn't do it. So I hope that's fixed. Thank you very much. I'm out of time.
Thank you. The next speaker is Mark Wasberg.
You hear me?
Yes.
Once you have a developer come in and do a pilot program on you pay on your income, because you take these developers, they don't care. They're out to make the money. But the problem is the developers, they have bills they have to pay. You know, I don't know where they get the money from. They probably get the money from the bank or the federal government. But the bottom line is when they're done building, they're going to have to pay their bills. But I would like to see a pilot program here in Richmond where you pay on your income. I mean, Richmond has a lot of land. You could build affordable housing for the next 20 years. You got the old Certainty factory there where I used to work on. Now, I think that's around about 7-8 acres there. You got the old Ream refinery that's been sitting there nothing, and you got all this other places that you could build. There's all kinds of room. Then you have that place down there on Cutting where they sell rugs and stuff there. There's land there. I mean, housing is like a morality thing, You just can't have people living on the street, Anybody that has a job should be able to afford a place to live. It's like, doing the right thing for a human being, because if they're not living in a third world country, like I say, it's more reality, morality and doing the right thing for people so they can live a decent life. This is not Russia or China or Mexico or Africa where, these people live in huts. But why don't you see if you could get a developer who's willing to do a pilot program to pay on your income? I think that would be a good, you could have certain rates for certain units, but you have to make, at least you can make $35,000 a year. But if you make...
Your time has expired. Our next speaker is Emily Ross.
Good evening. My name is Emily Ross. I'm a Richmond renter. I just wanted to say thank you for the work that the RENT program is doing to provide counseling and outreach to tenants and landlords in Richmond. I know people who fall into both categories who have benefited from this program. I believe it makes sense to approve the housing fee as proposed. And just looking at the rental fee for this year and applying it to my own unit, my own rent, and the rent increase I just received, my landlord could pay the annual fee in just a couple of months based on the 5.2% rent increase I just received. And this is in addition to whatever profit they make off my base rent. I'm also not only a renter, but I'm rent burdened, meaning I pay more than a third of my income on rent. And these eviction protections and anti-displacement mechanisms are in place to protect all of us. And so I just support the work that the RENT program is doing and encourage you to pass this item as proposed. Thanks.
Our next speaker is Amanda Jenkins. Amanda, you may begin.
I'm sorry. Mark Wasberg finally said something that made sense this week about low-income housing. Everyone with income of any kind should be able to rent a place to live based on their income. The problem, we have all these people on Ryden Road and Castro, and everybody else is complaining about the homeless, but that's the problem, is we don't have enough low-income housing for us to go anywhere. The Nevins, the Terrace and Nevins and the new Hacienda and all that, they're all senior housing. What about single family housing? What about the people that don't fit the disabled or the senior criteria? What about us single moms who work and have a child out here on Ryden Road and need housing? You know what I'm saying? Then the mayor, he places people in this Mayor's First Initiative, and they can't even afford the rent after the year. They're going to end up homeless again, or some people are illegally evicted out of their places because their children ain't with them, when it's really not their fault the children ain't with them, because they have a court order that says they should be with them, and the RPD won't go help them. So there's just so many things wrong with this rent thing and this low income thing. Thank you.
Thank you. And that was our last public speaker.
Mayor Budd, if I may, one of the speakers mentioned the small landlords, and I do want to make sure that the public is aware that O3A was approved on consent this evening. That does allow small landlords with 4 or fewer units to continue to receive their amnesty as was approved by the city council last year. So as we included that item in the budget, and it was approved this evening on consent. Also, if finance staff is here to answer any further questions if the council would like.
Just a clarification, Shasta, you said amnesty, but it's the rent credit that they will receive with the ordinance.
So since you brought it up, yes. How many of those small landlords offer affordable housing?
That's a great question. We can find out from Contra Costa Housing Authority through their Section 8 program, but when we transferred it, maybe Gabino is aware off the top of his head, but we had a significant population of Section 8 landlords operating in Richmond. And if we don't have it this evening, we can certainly get that from Contra Costa County.
Okay, Councilor Willis.
Thank you. No, I just wanted to thank the rent program for helping me this year, last year, and previous years when I came across folks who are dealing with illegal evictions, harassment, and other types of habitability issues and not necessarily knowing their rights or willing to self-evict. And I will be getting in touch with you with other residents. Just wanted to say for the record publicly about Crescent Park, because they're experiencing allegedly harassment from their on-site manager, threats with eviction, and other random policies that pop up that have put a lot of stress and disenchantment to that part of the community, along with all the other issues that they already have to deal with. So just wanted to say I'll be in touch about that soon. And also I wanted to move this item forward.
Okay, we have a motion by Willis.
I'll second it, but if my friendly amendment is accepted. So my friendly amendment is that city staff come back with an updated reimbursement agreement that includes that the rent program will reimburse the city for any funding as determined by a revised study of services that the city provides to the rent program. I know at this point there's some discrepancy, and so we need a revised study to determine how much the rent board will owe the city. So it's to come back with a revised reimbursement agreement with rather an updated reimbursement agreement.
Is there a second to that motion?
I'm seconding it if he accepts that amendment.
Okay.
Yeah, that's fine with me.
Amendment? Councilor Willis, you accept that amendment?
I accept the amendment.
Okay. So before we voted on it, I just want to say, I just don't understand this. You know, I think we want more affordable housing in Richmond. I think we want to encourage affordable housing developers to come to Richmond, but we're not doing that. We're discouraging them. We are assessing fees on them that no other rent program assesses on affordable housing developers. So we're saying, yeah, we want you to come to Richmond, but if you do, we're gonna assess fees on you that'll probably make your project unviable economically. So I just don't understand it. So let's call the roll, Madam Clerk, and vote on this.
Councilmember Bates?
Yes.
Councilmember Jimenez?
Yes.
Councilmember Johnson?
Yes.
Councilmember McLaughlin?
Yes.
Councilmember Willis?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Martinez? You're muted. You're muted, Vice Mayor.
Councilmember Martinez, Vice Mayor.
Thank you. I'm going to abstain. I'm not quite sure what it is, what exactly is included in this in this proposal.
And Mayor Butt?
No.
The motion passes with Vice Mayor Martinez abstaining and Mayor Butt voting no.
Okay, the next item is item Q1. It's a public hearing. Would you read that, please?
Item Q2. Item Q1 was continued until the 19th. Item Q2 is to adopt a resolution.
Well, you took You took item Q1 off,
Yeah,
right?
it was continued into the night.
Okay, sorry about that. Okay, item Q2.
Item Q2 is to adopt a resolution finding that the public necessity, health, safety, and/or welfare requires removal of poles, overhead wires, and associated overhead structures and underground installation services along Pierce Street and San Mateo Street, and establishing underground utility district number 2022-1 on Pierce Street and San Mateo Street, and approving the use of the Rule 20-A funding by Pacific Gas and Electric to pay for the cost associated with the underground of the electric distribution within the district.
Thank you, City Clerk, Mayor, Council members, Joe Leach, Director of Public Works. I'm joined this evening by Yada Bermudez, retired annuitant, and Jim Bowie from NCE, who's the Senior Civil Engineer working on this project. KCRT, if you could bring up the slide deck. We do have a slide presentation of about 5 or 6 slides to kind of go over the project, what Rule 28 is associated with the project, and then we'll have opportunity to field questions from council and the public. So I will turn it over to Mr. Bermudez.
Good evening. This is Yada Bermudez, Public Works. This brief presentation will emphasize the need for this underground utility district to be approved. Next item, please. Slide. The next slide, please.
It got stuck.
Okay, this underground utility district is a key component of these major local road improvement projects along the Central Avenue and Pierce and San Mateo. As you can see here, this is going to provide a lot of relief, for the traffic congested right now on Central Avenue. This is the conclusion of over 20 years of studies between Caltrans, CCTA, City of Richmond. And we are now approaching the design phase. So this underground utility district will help us to, could you move to the third slide, please? It will help us to underground these electrical poles because it's gonna help to implement the American Disability Act along San Mateo Street and Pierce Street. Next slide, please. This is San Mateo. You can see the street lights are in conflict of the new street improvements. Next slide, please. According to the California road system, Pierce and San Mateo Street are major collector, which make them qualify for PG&E Rule 28. The next slide, please. The benefit of this underground utility district is it will remove the obstruction to planned roadway improvements. PG&E will provide the Rule 28 funding for the underground of the existing utility poles. It will allow PG&E to begin the undergrounding project and necessary coordination in anticipation of the construction of the actual traffic improvement. Delaying this underground work will jeopardize the schedule and the cost of the project. And it will help us to deliver this project on time if you approve it, with your approval. And that concludes the presentation.
Other questions from council members? Go ahead, Councilor McLaughlin.
I don't have a question, but I would like to make a comment that I'm very glad that this is coming forward because it makes it more practical by way of relieving the congestion that has been a problem in terms of building affordable housing. For example, it makes affordable housing development on Central Avenue along that area much more feasible and much more efficient. It makes the traffic more efficient and more just in general relieving of the congestion. So that makes it a much better and more feasible area for the housing that we want in that area.
Vice Mayor, go ahead.
Yeah, were these plans done in conjunction with WITTAC and Caltrans and the plans that they have for redirecting traffic along Central Street?
That is correct. This is the final plan. This is the final concept plan. This project has been for 20 years studied all over. And this is the final concept.
Well, I'm glad we're finally there. And are there plans for undergrounding any other areas?
I am focused on this project to get delivered. I'm not aware of other projects.
Okay, well then, when this is done, I'm eager to hear what section is next. Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, I will now open the public hearing. Madam Clerk, would you call any speakers?
Okay, we do not have any requests to address the council.
Okay, I will close the public hearing. Are there any final comments from staff members? I will make one. This was a little confusing because the staff report really didn't paint the big picture, showing that this was a part of a much bigger Central Avenue interchange project. And I think once we got that information, it was a lot easier to understand it. Councilmember Johnson.
No, I just wanted to say I most definitely love the project, and much like the vice mayor, I would love to see this happen in other parts of the community as well. But it is nice to see the OG Yada Bermudez at tonight's meeting, though. The retirement looks good on you, man.
Okay. Is there a motion?
Move the item.
Second.
Motion by Willis, second by Johnson. Madam Clerk, call the roll, please.
Councilmember Bates?
Yes.
Councilmember Jimenez?
Yes.
Councilmember Johnson?
Yep.
Councilmember McLaughlin?
Yes.
Councilmember Willis?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Martinez?
Yes.
And Mayor Butt?
Yes.
The vote is unanimous.
Okay, the next item is item R.
Item R is reports of officers, referrals to staff, and general reports, including AB 1234 reports.
Are there any reports? Doesn't somebody want to start a filibuster and try to run this meeting till midnight? I guess not.
If you wanted to.
Mayor Butt, are we going to adjourn to closed session or no?
We are going to do that, yes.
Okay. Mayor Butt, we're on a positive, swift path forward.
Okay, well, maybe we can make closed session last till midnight. Let's give it a shot.
No, thank you.
Okay.
No, because you will be going to bed earlier, like you did last time, Mayor Butt. So let's finish in earlier.
I will be unable to attend closed session. Good night.
Okay, well, I don't hear anything under item R, so we will now adjourn back to closed session.
Thank you.
Good night, everybody.
I will be unable to make closed session.
Are we going to have to? We might have to come back. Bye for now.
Okay, we have a quorum. The only item we have left to do is report out what happened in the last closed session. City Attorney, you want to take care of that?
Yes, we met on an issue of initiation of litigation. We gave a status report. Direction was given for negotiations of settlement, and there was no other reportable action taken.
Okay, thank you. This meeting is adjourned miraculously.
You join it in recognition of Leonard Livingston, Mayor.
I'm sorry, say again?
Would you join it in recognition of Leonard Livingston, please?
Well, you already gave that, but yes.
Oh.
You want to do it? You want to do it again?
Well, I thought you'd do it at the end, but okay, whatever.
No, we recognize that, but you already gave it. If you want to,
okay, no
ahead.
problem.
Okay.
Adios.
Mr. Mayor, this is the first council meeting I've been at that we adjourned earlier than 11 o'clock. I'm pretty amazed. I didn't think it was possible.
Well, the city council's just not on its toes tonight. That's the problem.
When we don't pull a lot of items from the consent calendar, this can be possible. But the mayor had pulled like 6 items last time, so that is what happened.
Well, the mayor was trying to extend this one by pulling items, but he didn't pull enough.
Okay, I didn't want to start a fight. Happy 4th of July.
Good night.
I'm sorry.
Fireworks
Good night, everyone.
Fireworks are over. Good night.
Good night.